Chapter 608. Chapter 608. Freeze for this young lady, only a short time had passed. But Yi Shiwen had already flown past a great distance, along with the dozens of senior devil experts in tow. He had transformed into a streamer of light and had disappeared into the horizon rather quickly. "Brothers, let's fight with these devil bastards and kill them." The remaining experts became pleasantly surprised when they saw that more than half of the devil experts who had planned the ambush had flown away. The ambush had been a dead end for them earlier. However, they had now recovered from a seemingly impossible situation. The devil experts who had stayed here were quite formidable, even if they weren't many. However, they had a way out now. It was hard to say how much better their present situation was than earlier. Therefore, there was no reason to hesitate now. The human experts suddenly rose in revolt and started to fight with the group of remaining devil experts. Meanwhile, those devil experts who were chasing Yi Shiwen weren't getting any closer to him. They were flustered and exasperated. However, it was clear that each one of them was an elite. All of them possessed a special agility technique. Therefore, their speed was very fast. They even pulled out trails of afterimages in the sky. However, they still couldn't overtake Yi Zaiwen's speed. Those human experts weren't present here. Therefore, Yi Shiwen didn't hesitate a bit. He immediately stopped suppressing the devil characteristic on the devil wings with his divinities. Consequently, his speed became even faster. The divinities crawled all over his body after he had stopped suppressing the devil characteristic. Consequently, his vision became even more profound. Moreover, his delicate and handsome face suddenly became unusually devilish. It seemed as if the entire devil world had suddenly melted into his body. "Chase him for me. I must kill him brutally." Mo Tian's face was cold as he said. His complexion had turned exceptionally ugly. Nobody had ever played with him like this. Nobody had thrown such a big slap on his face. He had never faced such humiliation. Therefore, he wouldn't be satisfied until he dismembered Yi Zaiwen's body into 10,000 pieces. Yi Shiwen kept flapping the black wings behind his body and crossed 100 miles in an instant. What had mostly made Mo Tian depressed was the fact that he couldn't catch up with Yi Shiwen. He was obviously far stronger than Yi Shiwen. However, he couldn't catch up with him at this time. This was the thing that had made him the most depressed. All kinds of attacks approached Yi Shiwen from behind. However, his devil wings suddenly issued the sound of wind and thunder, and he seemingly transformed into a god of wind and thunder. He intercepted all the attacks. Those attacks couldn't injure him even a bit. Yi Zaiwen's 7th layer of tyrant body was still very strong. Therefore, these devil experts couldn't injure him unless they joined hands. However, it was simply impossible for them to collaborate at this time when they were focused entirely on keeping up with him. Moreover, there was a disparity in their respective martial powers. There had been no problem in the beginning when all of them had taken off together. However, they must do their utmost now whilst chasing Yi Shiwen. Otherwise, they would be left behind, and the distance between them and Yi Shiwen would widen even further. Mo Tian was feeling that he had lost face, so he couldn't let Yi Shiwen go at any cost. He frantically pursued him for 3 days and 3 nights. He didn't want to let Yi Shiwen go. He wanted to exhaust his real elemental energy and then kill him. He also knew that most of the human experts who had arrived in the devil world couldn't absorb the devil energy present in the air. Only the ones who could transform into devils could do so. Therefore, most of these human experts could only depend upon those spirit dawn for replenishing their real elemental energy. However, he didn't know that Yi Shiwen could directly absorb the devil energy. Therefore, it was useless if he thought that Yi Shiwen would die because of exhaustion of real elemental energy. Yi Shiwen, your purpose of arriving in the devil world will go in vain if it continues like this. Yi Mo said. All of these devil experts were extremely formidable. So, It would be quite normal for them to keep pursuing or fighting like this for 10 years or even 20 years. However, this wasn't something that Yi Shiwen wanted. Bang! A huge claw suddenly fell down from sky to grab Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen dodged the sneak attack of that claw. He then clenched his teeth. I don't want to call out the star, Colossus Avatar, but these horrid devil experts will get killed if I do so. Then I'll get some relief from this unceasing chase. Suddenly, a mountain range appeared in front of Yi Shiwen. The devil energy was present in abundance therein. Yi Shiwen flew down headlong into it without any hesitation. He wouldn't mind summoning out the Star Colossus Avatar if these devil experts still acted recklessly and came down chasing him. Then the Star Colossus Avatar would kill all of them. Those devil experts were about to continue chasing Yi Shiwen. However, they suddenly remembered something when they saw him heading into the mountains, and they stopped in midair as a result. Your Majesty, this place is... The Heaven's Pride expert of the Azura clan stepped forward and said, I've heard that a devil beast that has recently entered the Great Sage realm stays here. We would come across great danger if we broke into its territory. The relation between the devil race and the devil beasts of the devil world was nasty. It was as if two tribal groups had been fighting for survival. Emotian shot a glance at that mountain range filled with devil energy with his ice-cold eyes. He hesitated a bit. He wouldn't have minded rushing into this mountain range earlier. However, the king of these mountains had recently made a breakthrough into the Great Sage realm. So, it was a completely different situation now. After all, a Great Sage didn't have a low position even in the devil world. That man has boldly entered inside. He's courting death. As per the records, a wind and thunder devil snake lives in these mountains. It had started its transformation into a flood dragon 100 years ago, and it has recently completed that transformation and become a devil flood dragon. Moreover, that human expert has gone into its territory, so he's going to become that devil flood dragon's meal. He is doomed now, the genius of the Azura clan said. Emotian wasn't willing to give up. However, he knew that the devil beasts wouldn't differentiate between humans and devils. They would treat both as enemies. Station someone here for me, and inform me if that boy doesn't die, Emotian said. He had thought for a while, and had then decided not to stay here any further since it would be useless to do so. He hadn't brought too many of his subordinates this time. After all, he didn't wish to use them to surround an insignificant person of the sage, great perfection realm. His target was to kill a few Heaven's Pride experts of the human race, so that he could become famous in the devil world and obtain a high-level status in his clan. This was almost the default, unwritten rule on both sides. Devils and humans, no expert could get a favorable condition by cultivating in a protected environment. They had to go through unceasing slaughtering. And only those who would survive would ascend to the peak. And as for other people, it was almost set by default that they would end up becoming the corpses that would pave the way for the victors. It was quite cruel. However, this was also the reality. The road to invincibility needed many sacrifices. It was obvious that nobody wanted to become the corpse on someone's journey to invincibility. Everyone considered other people as their stepping stones. Yi Shiwen didn't know what Emotian was thinking. He just noticed that Emotian hadn't come down chasing after him, so he heaved a sigh of relief. He then thought to have a glance on the surrounding environment. These mountains were located inside the devil world. However, they could be regarded as a beautiful green place. He could hear the running water as well as a faint, pleasant sound that was coming through it. He saw a giant lake. It had a radius of 50 kilometers or so. It was spread as far as his eye could see. This lake was different from ordinary lakes. The temperature of this lake was unbearably low. One must know that an ordinary variation in the temperature couldn't affect Yi Shiwen as per his current cultivation. However, this place was so cold that it made him shiver. The strange thing was that the temperature was so low that the lake should have frozen. However, this lake hadn't frozen. It was still in its liquid state. Layers of vapor were unceasingly floating on its surface. Therefore, it looked hazy and the visibility was low. Yi Shiwen saw a fuzzy petite silhouette inside the lake. It looked captivating. However, he hadn't clearly seen anything when an evil wind swept down from the sky and hit him on his face. Then, a small white hand suddenly shuttled out from the vacuum and swept out towards Yi Zaiwen's throat to grab it. Yi Shiwen was startled by this. He had been in a state of high alert since the time he had entered this mountain range. That's because he didn't think that Mo Tian had given up the thought of pursuing him, even if he hadn't come down here chasing after him. After all, it had seemed obvious just by looking at Mo Tian's ashamed and angry appearance that he wouldn't give up unless he got hold of Yi Shiwen. There had been only one possibility. There was something in these mountains that Mo Tian was afraid of. However, Yi Shiwen had had no choice since it might have taken him several years to get rid of Mo Tian if he hadn't arrived here. It had seemed from outside that this place was brimming with dreadful devil energy. However, Yi Shiwen couldn't see even the shadow of a beast once he arrived down here. This had naturally made him somewhat suspicious. Yi Shiwen had an urgent feeling of a bad omen in his heart. So he stepped away. Then, the devil wings suddenly unfolded behind his body, and his figure flew away about hundreds of feet in order to avoid being clutched by that small hand. "Freeze for this young lady," a lovable voice sounded, and the power of principles caressed Yi Zaiwen's face and swept across. Yi Shiwen felt as if the surrounding space had suddenly been frozen. It had been frozen by the mysterious power of this figure. This was the power of the great sage realm. Yi Shiwen had used the Star Colossus avatar in the past, so he was quite familiar with this power. This is the power of the great sage realm. A perilous situation aroused in his mind. The opponent turned out to be a great sage. It isn't surprising that Mo Tian didn't dare to come here. So this was the reason. His whole person had frozen in the sky, and he had been rendered incapable of moving. So he was thinking to call the Star Colossus avatar in order to help him break free. However, he then saw an approximately 16 or 17-year-old girl stepping over the void. She quickly arrived in front of him. Her persona was somewhat gloomy, and her countenance was somewhat dull. However, her clothes looked especially vivacious. Her skin was as fair as snow. It was unusually white. Her dark gray eyes were full of curiosity. "She's so cute. She looks just like a cute little girl." However, what Yi Shiwen mostly cared about was the pair of long gray wings that had converged behind this girl's body. Fallen angel. This thought suddenly emerged in Yi Zaiwen's mind. Fallen angel was the most mysterious clan among the 8 noble clans of the devil race. It was said it wasn't a native clan of the devil world. It had joined the devil world later. They didn't have too many people. However, they had many outstanding geniuses. This small but highly refined clan was a striking contrast to the populous Great Devil clan. The Fallen Angel clan was considered as a low-key clan in the devil world. However, nobody dared to underestimate these angels. In fact, even those other 7 noble clans didn't dare to do so. I hadn't expected that I would see the most mysterious and low-key original devils, as well as the fallen angels, soon after arriving in the devil world. To be continued. Chapter 609. Chapter 609. The second layer of devil wings takes form. The fallen angels were different from the arrogant and haughty original devil clan. They had always maintained a kind of low-key magnificence. It could be said that they were noble among nobles. Several people had participated in the Devil World competition over the years. Many of them had participated multiple times. However, they had never seen the fallen angels. In fact, many of them had never even heard about them. Yi Shiwen looked absent-minded. However, he quickly regained his focus. He was stunned to see that young girl before his eyes. This girl wasn't very old. In fact, She must be younger than him. However, she was already in the great sage realm. Yi Shiwen was emotionally moved despite being in this hostile situation. So, the saying that everyone in the Fallen Angel clan is a genius wasn't false. However, he had thought about this just for a moment. After all, he was still focused on trying to save his life. Moreover, he was also planning to take out the Star Colossus avatar. However, he wasn't sure if even the Star Colossus avatar would be a match for this delicate-looking girl present before him. Which kind of devil are you? That girl of Fallen Angel clan looked at Yi Shiwen somewhat curiously. Then she became angry the next moment. Why did you peep in when this young lady was taking a bath? The girl opened her eyes wide. Her watery clear eyes looked so clear that one could see the bottom. She was brimming with anger. However, she didn't look terrifying. On the contrary, she looked even cuter. Yi Shiwen almost spouted a mouthful of blood. Peeped in when she was bathing. He obviously hadn't seen anything since the time had been too short. In fact, he had almost gotten clutched to death by this girl in an instant. Moreover, he hadn't arrived here with such intentions. After all, who could have imagined that someone would be taking a bath in this desolate mountain whilst being unafraid of those devil beasts? He then further thought about this matter. Any devil beast who wasn't cautious and dared to approach this young girl would be doomed for sure if one were to take her fighting prowess into account. When did I peep in on you bathing? I haven't seen anything. Yi Shiwen replied whilst feeling quite helpless. That because this young lady had already discovered you. That girl of Fallen Angel clan looked at Yi Shiwen in a smug manner. Why haven't you answered me already? What kind of devil are you? How are you different from those unbearably ugly devils? Unbearably ugly devils. Yi Shiwen was left dumbstruck. It had been quite a long time since he had set foot on the road of martial arts. However, he had never heard someone using terms like beautiful and ugly as a criteria to judge anyone. Let's say that there was a man who possessed tyrannical strength. Then it was certain that beautiful women would willingly spend money on him instead of demanding it, even if that man had missing limbs. After all, attractive looks couldn't act as an advantage. Having formidable strength was the way of the king. Yi Shiwen, think of a way to escape from here. This girl isn't affable. Yi Mo said. He could see a murderous look in the eyes of that girl of the Fallen Angel clan. It seemed as if she was passing judgment on him, even though she was the victim. Yi Shiwen hadn't thought much when the eyes of that girl of Fallen Angel clan shone. She then said, You don't have wings and scales. You're a human? Yes, yes. It's no wonder that you don't have devil energy on your body. I've seen pictures of humans in the illustrated handbook. Yi Zaiwen's face turned black. What are humans? Are they some endangered animals that one can recognize only through illustrated handbooks? He found it a bit absurd. I hadn't expected that humans would be like this. You're so weak. The girl of the Fallen Angel clan said with disgust. Yi Shiwen very much wanted to say, we humans also have some powerful characters, you know. You'll become my pet. This is the price of peeping on this young lady when she was bathing. I'll take good care of you. And you'll come in handy if someone tries to flaunt their abyss devil wolf pet in front of me again. You'll help me in putting them down. The girl of Fallen Angel clan brandished her small fist. It seemed as if she was already daydreaming about this flashy scene. Her eyes were shining. They looked like a pair of night pearls. Great. It's decided then. What, pet? Yi Shiwen felt as if his firm heart would collapse any moment. He was feeling wronged and sullen. He had seen many demon beasts being tamed as demon pets. However, he had never thought that he himself would become a pet of a devil one day. Yi Shiwen, you might as well become her devil pet and be done with it. This fallen angel has an extraordinary origin. I can feel the grandeur of her noble bloodline on her body. It's not a bad deal. Yi Mo jokingly spat out these words. Get lost. Yi Shiwen replied angrily. The most important thing is that you can't defeat her even if you don't agree. In fact, you can't defeat her even if you call the Star Colossus Avatar. This girl isn't very old. However, she possesses unfathomable strength. Yi Mo said, Get lost. You can go and become her pet if you want to. I won't be able to raise my head with dignity in the future if I become someone's devil pet. Yi Shiwen resentfully replied. Impossible. Yi Shiwen clenched his teeth before that girl of fallen angel clan and replied. He would never be very submissive even if he came across a great sage. He would simply escape if he wanted to. However, he hadn't anticipated this situation and had gotten trapped as a result. I can help you in making a breakthrough into the great sage realm if you promise me. That girl of fallen angel clan said in a tempting manner. However, don't blame me for what happens if you want promise. You've dared to peep on me while I was taking a bath. It's obviously a mortal crime. So, I'll send you to accompany those devil beasts who used to live on these mountains. That girl of fallen angel clan opened her round eyes wide and said ferociously. She was quite skillful in using the carrot and stick policy. Yi Shiwen became scared. It's no wonder that I haven't heard the voice of any devil beast in these mountains. They must have fallen prey to this girl. I can totally imagine how pitiful it must have been for those devil beasts. Don't even think about it. Yi Shiwen clenched his teeth. He found this too much. It seemed from his appearance that he would rather die than submit. He secretly mobilized his entire real elemental energy and became ready to wake up the Star Colossus at any time for a life and death fight. How about you become my pet for 1,000 years? That girl of fallen angel clan couldn't help but relent as she saw Yi Zaiwen's determined attitude. Then 800 years. Yi Shiwen still remained unmoved. He looked as if he wasn't afraid of dying. 700 years. 600 years. 100 years. That girl of the fallen angel clan was almost driven mad as she saw Yi Shiwen ignoring her. She wanted to bite him to death. Then let's do it like this. You take me out of the devil world. I'll let you go so long as you take me to your human world. That girl of fallen angel clan opened her big and watery eyes and looked at Yi Shiwen. It seemed as if she was somewhat pleading. Yi Shiwen became somewhat soft-hearted. He also put away the thought of a life and death fight. He said, All right, great, let's go and conquer the human world. That girl of fallen angel clan brandished her small hand. She had done so in an imposing manner that was quite similar to that of a generalissimo. However, her facial expression didn't give any vibes of valor whatsoever. She waved her hand, and the spatial power that had frozen Yi Shiwen promptly dispersed. However, Yi Shiwen felt extremely depressed. I've suffered a big loss at the hands of a little girl. Be obedient. That girl of fallen angel clan narrowed her pair of beautiful big eyes, and her eyes quickly transformed into a crescent moon as a result. Just follow this young lady and you'll enjoy treats. This is for you. It's a reward. That girl of fallen angel clan casually threw a fist-sized devil core towards Yi Shiwen. It was a very small devil core. However, it was faintly emitting the coercion of the great sage level. The fluctuations swept across, swirling in the air. This is a devil core of great sage level. Yi Shiwen was left dumbstruck. Suddenly, the devil core transformed into a black light and flew towards him. He received it in his hand. He felt as if an ink cartridge was emitting magical power that was corroding his palm. The sound of burning of his palm echoed. He promptly used his divinities to wrap up his palm in order to avoid his palm from being corroded. After all, that would have been tragic. The aura of this devil core was slightly impure. It might be possible that that devil beast had barely entered the great sage realm. However, it was clear that it had been an authentic great sage level devil beast. It belongs to a snake which had dared to sneak a peek at this young lattice beauty. The girl of Fallen Angel clan softly snorted. She didn't say anything further. However, the aftermath was quite obvious. Yi Shiwen used his divine sense and had a peek at the devil core which was in his hand. It is indeed the devil core of a devil flood dragon that had already completed its transformation into a flood dragon. They also possess the dragon's obscene nature. So, the devil flood dragons are like sub-dragons. They want to capture every beautiful woman they see. However, it had unfortunately bumped into an iron wall this time. No, this girl is an iron mountain. Anyone who kicks her will find the bones of their legs shattered. Yi Shiwen, hurry up and absorb it. This devil core is the devil core of a wind and thunder devil flood dragon. It contains the power of wind and thunder within. Your devil wings can thoroughly transform into the second layer of wind and thunder wings after you absorb it. Then, even this fallen angel won't be able to stop you from escaping. Yi Mo said excitedly. Yi Zaiwen's devil wings hadn't made a breakthrough since a long time. He had unceasingly tried to deduce and cultivate the second layer of wind and thunder since the time he had touched upon its threshold. However, he hadn't been able to make a big progress since there hadn't been enough wind and thunder power for him to absorb. Therefore, he could only mix the wind and thunder power into the first layer of his devil wings and increase the speed of his devil wings. He couldn't condense the second layer of devil wings. However, he might be able to do so if he absorbed this great sage level devil core. After that, his speed would increase countless times. Even this girl of Fallen Angel clan wouldn't be able to stop him then. That girl of Fallen Angel clan was proudly waiting for Yi Zaiwen's compliment. She waited a long time, but didn't hear Yi Zaiwen's compliment. So she became puzzled. But then she saw that Yi Shiwen had already sat cross-legged on the ground and had begun to absorb the power of wind and thunder from inside the devil core. Consequently, she became depressed and stamped her feet in dejection. She ferociously glanced at Yi Shiwen and then went to the other side while sulking. Yi Shiwen didn't know how depressed the girl of Fallen Angel clan was. After all, he had wholeheartedly immersed himself into absorbing the wind and thunder power. He couldn't afford to lose his concentration now. However, this didn't mean that he wasn't wary of that girl. Yi Mo was secretly keeping watch for him. Furthermore, that girl wouldn't have waited till now if she wanted to kill him. The wind and thunder power had enormous might, but they were also very hard to control. An ordinary person who had gotten hold of even one of the two powers would emerge as an overlord in the same realm. So, one could well imagine the tyranny of someone who had mastered both the powers of wind and thunder. To be continued. Chapter 610. Chapter 610. Wind and Thunder Wings completed. The wind and thunder power must be mastered at the same time. Their essences should be in equilibrium. However, how could it be a simple thing to keep these two violent powers in equilibrium? Fortunately, Yi Shiwen had the experience of doing so in the past. He had extracted a certain amount of wind and thunder power in the past. Moreover, the wind and thunder powers present inside the devil core of that wind and thunder devil flood dragon had already been equilibrium. After all, the wind and thunder devil flood dragon would have exploded and died if that wasn't the case. Therefore, Yi Shiwen was very careful when he was absorbing the wind and thunder power. He was also operating the cultivation technique of his devil wings at this time. A pair of black wings had congealed behind his body. That girl of the Fallen Angel clan looked at Yi Shiwen in a somewhat baffled manner. The devil energy on his wings wasn't just pure. In fact, it was countless times purer than the devil energy present on the wings of those devil experts. Is he truly a human? However, she had never seen any human. She had just seen the records of humans mentioned in some old books. Therefore, she didn't know whether this situation was normal or not. The devil energy on Yi Zaiwen's devil wings became thicker and thicker. The devil energy present in the surroundings poured into his devil wings like a river and made his wings more and more visible. Every feather on his wings could be seen faintly emitting rays of light. It was a different feeling from the violent, negative, and extremely evil feeling that arose from the usual devil energy. After all, that devil energy contained the negative Yin energy. The devil energy present on Yi Zaiwen's devil wings appeared to be the most upright and frank kind of Yin power. This had happened because Yi Shiwen had purified his divinities day after day. The extreme of negative Yin is the positive Yang and vice versa. Integration of both would lead to the formation of the power of primal chaos. The power of wind and thunder was gradually being born on his devil wings. The wind and thunder power was in no hurry to occupy the entire wings. It just nibbled at the devil wings little by little. The second layer of the devil wings would be completely formed when the entire area of the devil wings would have been nibbled, and Yi Zaiwen's speed would increase enormously at that time. Time passed day by day. Yi Shiwen sat motionless in cross-legged position for 3 days' time. Simultaneously, he kept cultivating the second layer of his devil wings and shaping the wind and thunder wings. Damned human. Stinky human. That girl of the fallen angel clan had gotten bored to death in this time period. She had been passing the time by kicking the stones on the ground. She had also continued to swear at Yi Shiwen. You've dared to make this young lady wait for so long. So, this young lady will punish you once you wake up, the girl of the fallen angel clan said, whilst being annoyed. Crash bang. A massive sound was heard. It seemed as if a thunderbolt had slammed down from the sky. Endless devil energy present in the surroundings crazily rushed towards Yi Shiwen from all directions. Yi Zaiwen's devil wings got covered by the wind and thunder power. Then, the sound of wind and thunder echoed as his wings fluttered. He appeared like a god who was in charge of the wind and thunder power. Ha 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 ha. Done. Yi Shiwen suddenly opened his eyes. He had finally condensed the second layer of the devil wings. Crash bang. Another huge sound of wind and thunder resounded. The sound of explosion echoed in the world, and boundless power began to vibrate everywhere. Suddenly, sand and stones began to swirl around Yi Shiwen. Whiz! A shrill sound of breaking of space resounded, and Yi Shiwen soared straight into the sky whilst being wrapped up in wind and thunder power. He disappeared inside the clouds in an instant. Come back, human. Where are you going? The girl of the fallen angel clan reacted. She hadn't expected that Yi Zaiwen's speed would increase to this extent after he had absorbed the devil core of the wind and thunder devil, Flood Dragon. Yi Zaiwen's speed had been very fast earlier as well. However, it hadn't been faster than hers. After all, her realm was much higher than that of Yi Shiwen. On top of that, the fallen angel clan were famous for their outstanding agility skill. So, who could have imagined that Yi Zaiwen's speed would increase to this extent after he had cultivated the wind and thunder wings? Yi Shiwen had flown dozens of miles away in an instant, and a huge crack had been torn open inside the rolling devil clouds in the sky as a result. The devils who had been cultivating inside the devil clouds fell down when they bumped into such violent wind and thunder power. Ha 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 ha. Yi Zaiwen's cheerful and carefree laughter reverberated in the sky. He hadn't flown in such a carefree manner in a long time. It seemed as if his speed had broken through the limits of wind. A dozen or so senior devil experts had formed the encirclement at a distant place behind him. They could only see the wind and thunder power flashing across the sky. They just looked at it in a daze and didn't dare to obstruct it. They wanted to stop it. However, they didn't have the strength to do so. In fact, they couldn't even track Yi Zaiwen's movements clearly. What was that? Was that wind and thunder power? Was there a wind and thunder devil flood dragon present inside it? A devil expert asked. He had become terrified. These devil experts were naturally arrogant. After all, each of them was almost about to enter the great sage realm. However, almost means almost. They couldn't be compared with real great sages. They had received the information that the wind and thunder devil flood dragon had recently entered the great sage realm. However, it didn't mean that they could be placed on a par with it. Especially, it was even more risky in case of devil beasts. After all, one would be devoured by those devil beasts just like a bloody meal if they didn't take care. This wind and thunder devil flood dragon has come out. Therefore, that boy must have been eaten by it. After all, how could that wind and thunder devil flood dragon not have known if someone had intruded? A devil expert said, "Right, I also think the same. That human is already dead. So, we don't need to stay here any further. It would be better if we go and join His Majesty in hunting those human experts. After all, those are the battlefields where we should be at. We shouldn't keep watch at this place like some guards," a young devil expert said whilst being discontented. Everyone looked towards the heavens, pride expert of the Azura clan. After all, he held the leader's position in Emotion's absence. Therefore, he was the one who was most qualified to make a decision. The heavens pride expert of the Azura clan remained silent for a moment. Then he said, "It doesn't make sense to stay here in that case. We must go. Moreover, he is just an insignificant expert of sage, great perfection realm. He would have died at our hands if he hadn't escaped quickly. He wouldn't have been able to cause so much trouble in that case." The devil experts let out a sigh of relief after they heard these words from the mouth of that heaven's pride expert of the Azura clan. They were devil experts, so they naturally had a ruthless attitude. However, it wasn't that they were without wisdom. They knew that that wind and thunder devil flood dragon might get unhappy and swallow all of them if they continued to wait here. They would have no place to go and cry in that case. However, they didn't know that the legendary wind and thunder devil flood dragon had already gotten its skin peeled off because of its pervy intentions, and even its devil core had been absorbed by someone. Suddenly, these devil experts scattered like birds and left to join Emotion. Yi Shiwen flew in the sky for some time in an extremely carefree way. Then his figure came to a sudden halt in the sky. "Yi Shiwen, this is a good opportunity. It's your best chance to escape," Yemo said. It seemed that the girl of the fallen angel clan couldn't handle a matter properly. However, her strength was unfathomable. So, Yi Shiwen could only escape from her hands. He had no other way to deal with her. Yi Shiwen remained silent for a while. Then he replied, "No ill return. I've benefited from her. And I just pat my butt and leave? I can't do something so foo asterisk cat up. I can at least take her to the human world as promised." The wind and thunder wings unfolded behind Yi Xiwen's body. They then suddenly fluttered and transformed into wind and thunder power. Yi Shiwen then returned to the sky above the mountains. Then he glanced around. Those devil experts who had been waiting in an ambush weren't there. However, Yi Shiwen didn't care about that now. After all, his speed had become fast enough to get rid of these people. And this had happened because the devil wings had made the breakthrough into the second layer. So, it was now impossible for them to catch up with him. However, he still swept out his divine sense once. He didn't see them. They have probably withdrawn. He then retracted his divine sense and pondered why they had left. "I guess they must thought that I've been devoured by the wind and thunder devil flood dragon in the mountains, and that's why they have left." He didn't bother about them after that. He folded his wind and thunder wings and landed into the mountains. He then saw that that young girl of the fallen angel clan was crying whilst holding her head in her hands. Damned human! Stinky human! Yi Shiwen heard her complaints. She probably believed that he had escaped. Therefore, she had begun to cry. Yi Shiwen was feeling somewhat helpless. What vigor can one expect from a person who is crying? Shouldn't she be raining curses on me at this time? Women are truly made up of water. It doesn't matter which race they belong to. They are all the same. Don't cry. Someone might think that I'm bullying you if they saw you crying. Yi Shiwen said, you didn't run away. The face of that young girl of the fallen angel clan bloomed as she raised her head. She looked pleasantly surprised after she saw that Yi Shiwen had returned. Yes, you're bullying me. You had said that you would take me to the human world, but you didn't keep your promise. I didn't say that I'm going. Yi Shiwen helplessly replied, how has this little girl managed to cultivate to the great sage realm? How could a naive person like her have walked on the martial arts road? This is illogical. Perhaps what EMO says is true. Some races are blessed by heaven. It's not clear how much better they are from humans since their birth. It can be said that the people of some races can cultivate to the great sage realm with passing time without facing any obstruction. Yi Shiwen remembered how many fights he had experienced as he thought of this. How many times he had made a narrow escape before he had finally reached till here. He couldn't help but be deeply moved. This world is Fu*King unfair. I'm just hovering around the threshold of the great sage realm even after I've put all my efforts. On the other hand, this little girl has already reached the great sage realm. Can't I go out to catch some fresh air? Yi Shiwen made his case. Is it so? That young girl of the fallen angel clan looked at Yi Shiwen with suspicion. She clearly wasn't much convinced with Yi Shiwen's explanation that he had gone out to catch some fresh air. After all, she had called him so many times, but he hadn't listened. However, she also couldn't explain why he had returned. Yi Shiwen realized that the young girl of the fallen angel clan had sniffed his lack of confidence. So he hastily said, of course. You want to go to the human world, right? But I can't take you there for the time being. That's because I've come to the devil world for a competition. To be continued. Chapter 611. Chapter 611. Who are we going to deal with this time? Mission? Well, I'll also go with you. That girl of the fallen angel clan became overjoyed. This sudden change in her mood left Yi Shiwen amazed. By the way, my name is Yi Shiwen. I haven't asked your name yet. Yi Shiwen asked. My name is Ling Fei. The girl of the fallen angel clan replied. But you can't do this. Everyone on my side is human. You look like this. So, people will recognize you. Yi Shiwen frowned as he looked at that pair of gray wings at the back of Ling Fei's body. The fallen angel's appearance made it seem that there wasn't much difference between them and the humans. However, it was that pair of wings behind their bodies that made them appear different from humans. It might be possible that quite many people didn't know about the fallen angel clan. However, it didn't mean that nobody knew about them. And it would be very troublesome if anyone recognized her. This is simple. Check this out. Ling Fei's delicate body shook. The pair of wings behind her body turned smaller and smaller until they finally retracted into her body. Done. Let's go now. Ling Fei's cheerful laughter reverberated inside the forest. Endless clouds were rolling in the sky. It seemed as if they had been dyed in black. One couldn't see beyond, even if their gaze penetrated deep inside the clouds. It was all black. There was no daylight. The majority of areas inside the devil world were like this. It was said that there was a devil sun hanging in the sky right at the center of the devil world. And this sun hadn't set for years. It was the source of energy for everything in the devil world. A crackling sound was heard. The flames swallowed the woods, and a crisp sound was issued. The sound seemed louder and clearer in this dark night. The bursts of light smoke that rose from the burning woods flew towards the sky in spirals. A burst of fragrance spread in the entire mountain forest. The fragrance of delicious food permeated the entire place and spread far away. Fortunately, all the devil beasts had already been driven away from inside this mountain forest. Therefore, this fragrance didn't attract any devil beast. 2 washed and peeled rabbits were hanging on 2 twigs which had been placed above a bonfire. The flesh of the rabbits gradually became golden as the flame roasted them. Drops of oil congealed into droplets and fell into the fire. This ignited the flames further. Yi Shiwen was roasting the rabbits by slowly turning the twigs. The fragrance in the air was becoming increasingly strong. He had been turning the branches for a long time now. However, it was simply nothing for him. It wouldn't matter to him even if he had to keep turning them until the end of time. It was very easy for him as long as he had this kind of patience. On the other side, the girl of the fallen angel clan had become impatient after having waited for a long time. She asked, "Can't we eat now?" "It's almost done," Yi Shiwen replied. He shot a glance at Ling Fei as he replied, "It's not done yet. It looks well cooked." Ling Fei pointed towards the golden and oily external skin of those 2 rabbits. "Not yet. It may look good on the outside. However, it hasn't roasted from inside yet." Yi Zaiwen's current perception was extremely keen. He knew whether the rabbits had cooked or not by just having a glance at them. "Ah, it's such a pain." Ling Fei once again pouted her tender red lips and complained. "Getting impatient, are we?" Yi Shiwen said with a smile. He hadn't barbecued in the wild like this for a long time. This was because he didn't need to eat anything in order to replenish his energy due to his cultivation. After all, he could replenish his energy just by absorbing the spirit energies from the environment. Xiaoyu was sitting quietly on the side. She wasn't far from Yi Shiwen. She was watching Yi Shiwen and Ling Fei. It seemed as if there was nothing in this world that could faze her. She was calm and composed even in the devil world. Perhaps it was because she had gone through so much by now that nothing could faze her anymore. She would only have a smile on her small face whenever she looked at Yi Shiwen. 10 years had passed. However, she still looked the same as when Yi Shiwen had met her for the first time. There was no change at all. The only thing that had changed was her strength. She had entered the truth realm. In fact, she had already reached to the peak of the truth realm. She would soon enter the legendary realm. This speed wasn't as fast as that of Pangyang Bo and other such geniuses. However, Yi Shiwen felt that it was fast enough since Xiaoyu didn't have the support of a large amount of resources like Pangyang Bo had. Xiaoyu had cultivated to this extent within a short time of 10 years, depending solely upon her ability. This was enough to make Yi Shiwen admire her. Ling Fei felt quite bored. So, she walked over to Xiaoyu and pinched her small face. It wouldn't be strange to say that Xiaoyu was shy in front of people apart from Yi Shiwen. In fact, she wouldn't get close to them. However, it was different in Ling Fei's case. Xiaoyu was quiet in front of Ling Fei. However, Yi Shiwen felt that the fact that Xiaoyu was willing to let Ling Fei get close to her was still a big miracle. Yi Shiwen asked Xiaoyu about this secretly, and Xiaoyu had merely replied, "This young miss somehow makes me feel intimate." Yi Shiwen clearly knew that a child like Xiaoyu couldn't tell who was good towards her and who wasn't just by looking at them, but she could tell it by instinctively feeling their intention. She could naturally see this more clearly as compared to an ordinary person. A while passed. Yi Shiwen had finally cooked the rabbit meat. All 3 individuals ate heartily. Yi Shiwen and Xiaoyu just tasted. After all, the 2 ate 1 rabbit put together. However, Ling Fei of the Fallen Angel clan ate a rabbit alone. But she still wasn't satisfied. She argued noisily, went to grab a few more rabbits, and asked Yi Shiwen to roast them for her. Whoosh! A golden light cut through the vast sky. A talisman carrying a message broke through the layers of space and fell into Yi Zaiwen's hands. "Come at once." There were only 3 words. However, Yi Shiwen saw the name written on the message. It was by Jingwei. Yi Shiwen still had a good opinion about Bai Jingwei. Yi Shiwen had told him to send a summon signal for him when they needed to act together. A few months had passed and no message had arrived. So, Yi Shiwen had almost forgotten about that matter. However, it must be a big operation now that the message had finally arrived. A burst of devil wind whistled in the mountains as Yi Shiwen swept past them. Yi Shiwen was flying in the sky as fast as lightning. Ling Fei was also flying beside him, quite freely. She didn't fall behind him. She would shout and complain from time to time. It seemed as if she had never flown in the sky before. An outsider would believe that their speed was very fast. After all, their speed was as fast as lightning. However, these individuals weren't even flying at their top speed yet. Yi Shiwen hadn't revealed his devil wings, and Ling Fei had retracted her angel wings. Angel wings. They were going to meet Bai Jingwei and other humans. Therefore, the two individuals couldn't reveal anything related to the devil race. Otherwise, other people would find out, and that wouldn't be a good thing. It must be mentioned that it seemed as if Ling Fei's persona had completely changed after she had retracted her devil wings and the devil energy on her body. In fact, she was giving off a pure and holy feeling now. She looked completely different from earlier. Yi Shiwen could easily find the position of Bai Jingwei and the others under the talisman's guidance. This was the same talisman which had carried the message. Several months had passed, so many experts had already penetrated deep into the devil world. They had already scattered to faraway places. They were still on the periphery if one were to draw a parallel to the massive size of the devil world. However, they had gone very far away in reality. Yi Shiwen had to fly for 3 days and 3 nights before he came across Bai Jingwei and the others in a sierra. Bai Jingwei and the others had obtained some information about some beasts and were exterminating them in these mountains. The devil beasts present inside the devil world were more ferocious than those demon beasts from their own world. The majority of them were in sage realm. So, a semi-sage expert couldn't separate from the group and act solo at this place. These devil beasts were very powerful. However, Bai Jingwei possessed tyrannical strength. A spear cut across the horizon, just like a mountain, and those devil beasts got swept away one after another wherever it went. Bai Jingwei couldn't be stopped as long as he didn't come across a great sage expert. However, this area could be regarded as a desolate zone of the devil world. So, it wasn't probable for a great sage to appear here. Therefore, every big force would send their disciples here to temper whilst resting assured. Otherwise, a great sage expert was enough to make them vomit blood, since the said expert would kill their geniuses. These disciples might not have great importance at present. However, they could grow and become the pillars of their big forces in the future. Therefore, it would be a very big loss for a force if they lost these disciples. In fact, it could be said that they would lose an entire generation of geniuses. Yi Shiwen saw a very tyrannical devil beast of the late stage of half-step great sage realm roaring and attacking. It was the king of the countless devil beasts who lived in these mountains. However, it had now been forced into a disadvantageous position by Bai Jingwei. Even 100 devil beasts, like it couldn't be a match for him. All of them would get killed by him. Bai Jingwei's dreadful strength was clearly visible from this. In fact, his points were higher than the countless experts of true martial world who had arrived in the devil world this time. He was in the 9th position. He hadn't obtained the 1st position. However, he had truly stood out among these 100,000 or so experts. He was ranked among the top 10 experts. So his strength was self-evident. Yi Shiwen couldn't be a match for the present Bai Jingwei unless he summoned the Star Colossus avatar. It wasn't surprising that Bai Jingwei had said that he wouldn't get an opportunity to participate in the next Devil World competition. After all, Yi Shiwen could see that he was almost continuously suppressing his aura from rushing out of his body. In fact, he had reached a situation where he was about to enter the Great Sage realm. "Brother Yi, you've arrived so soon." "Ah, I don't know who this is." Bai Jingwei killed that devil beast of late stage of half-step great sage realm, and then came flying over to welcome them. However, he seemed a bit surprised. After all, he had sent that message only recently, but Yi Shiwen had already arrived. It was clear that Yi Zaiwen's speed was very fast. It was in fact the same as what he had found out from the information he had received about Yi Shiwen. He had obviously investigated about Yi Zaiwen's background since he had invited him to join his group. It wasn't a difficult thing for him to find out Yi Zaiwen's roots. This intelligence turned out to be true. Yi Shiwen indeed had an extremely powerful body, but he also had another characteristic. His speed was extremely fast. Not many could match his speed. Having an incomparably tyrannical body was enough to rule the entire world. But Yi Shiwen even had incredible speed. My name is Ling Fei. Ling Fei didn't wait for Yi Shiwen to introduce her. A smile blossomed on her face as she replied. She was a bit excited to see Bai Jingwei and such a large number of other disciples of the True Martial University. After all, it was the first time that she had seen so many humans gathered at one place. Therefore, it was hard for her to curb her excitement. Hello, young Miss Ling Fei. Bai Jingwei replied. Brother Bai, who are we going to deal with? Yi Shiwen jumped in and asked. He didn't let Ling Fei speak any further. Otherwise, she might mess things up if she had continued to speak. To be continued. Chapter 612. Chapter 612, Brother Bai. Who are we going to deal with? The smile disappeared from Bai Jingwei's face. He then replied, We have to deal with Shou Kuan of the 10,000 Beasts Villa. You mean the Shou Kuan who's presently at the 6th position on the merit list? Yi Shiwen asked incredulously. 10,000 Beasts Villa was a colossus force. However, it was neither located in the central region nor in the southern region. It was located in the far western region instead. They had been ruling the majority of western region for many years. However, the True Martial University's disciples knew about the 10,000 Beast Villa because the conflict between the True Martial University and the 10,000 Beasts Villa wasn't just a day or two old. In fact, one would find that the 10,000 Beasts Villa was a part of the True Martial University if they traced its roots. However, it was called 10,000 Beasts Hall back then. It was a subordinate wing of the True Martial University and had an outstanding reputation inside the university. It could be said that 70% to 80% of the battle-type spirit beasts of the True Martial University were nurtured by the 10,000 Beasts Hall back then. So, they had a pivotal position in the True Martial University. However, the Lord of the 10,000 Beasts Hall was an ambitious person. He had carried most of the 10,000 Beasts Hall's experts far away to the western region and had established the 10,000 Beasts Villa after the True Martial University had gradually declined. The 10,000 Beasts Villa had slowly developed with the passage of time, and it had now become an illustrious force in the true martial world. The 10,000 Beasts Hall had suddenly declined in the university after these elites had left. Consequently, this top-notch force had suddenly fallen behind many others. It had gone from being an outstanding inheritance in the true martial university to an imitation of its past self. It had simply become worthless. In fact, many disciples of the True Martial University might not even know that the 10,000 Beasts Hall had ever existed in the university. The most authentic method of managing the beasts had also been taken away by the 10,000 Beasts Villa. Therefore, the remaining force had become a shell. The disciples of the True Martial University hated the 10,000 Beasts Villa countless times, more than the Xian Yuan Palace Hall, even though the latter had been opposing the True Martial University endlessly. Therefore, a battle of life or death was certain to break out between the True Martial University and the 10,000 Beasts Villa if they came across each other. These were old grudges. However, there was a new enmity apart from these old grudges. After all, the 10,000 Beasts Villa had been trying to move southwards over the last few years. It wanted to expand its force in the entire southern region. The 10,000 Beasts Villa had split out from the true Martial University, so it had many spies in the southern region. These spies had been lurking for hundreds, or more than 1,000, or maybe even more than 10,000 years, but they had remained silent the entire time. However, they had unceasingly launched attacks after the 10,000 Beasts Villa had decided to enter the southern region, and this had given the true Martial University a headache. A major war had never taken place between the two sides. However, small skirmishes had been happening unceasingly between the core disciples of the Sage Realm. New enmity, plus old grudges. How could they not wish to kill each other? Yi Shiwen also got a headache when he thought of this. The true Martial University had many enemies. However, every current big force hadn't been a subordinate of the true Martial University back then. They had basically been rebels back in the day. In fact, there were very few forces who had been sworn enemies of the true Martial University in those days. This Shokuin was undoubtedly the most outstanding disciple among all the disciples of the 10,000 Beasts Villa. He was the top-tier expert among all the core disciples. So, he was very famous in the true martial world. His fame was obviously very different from the kind that Yi Shiwen enjoyed. After all, Yi Shiwen was merely a new disciple at this time. He was indeed famous. However, people didn't care about him. After all, a large number of such people used to appear in every 100 years. However, an expert like Shokuin was entirely different. He was a big personality whose name could shake an entire region. On top of that, he was about to enter the Great Sage Realm. He had managed to obtain the 6th position on the merit list. He had even surpassed by Jingwei. So his strength was evident from this aspect alone. The ranking on the merit list didn't represent the ultimate ranking of strength. That was because some people were good at fighting alone, while others were expert in fighting in a group. These were two completely different concepts. However, anyone who had broken into top 20 positions or even top 50 positions must be a scary character standing at the peak of the late stage of half-step Great Sage's realm. And this also meant that they could enter the Great Sage Realm at any time. Yeah, it's him. Bai Jingwei replied in a deep voice. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. This person is quite powerful. However, he's also very shameless. Plus, he ought to be stronger than me. After all, he had reached the peak of the late stage of half-step Great Sage Realm 1,000 years ago. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but hold his breath as he heard this. Reach the peak of the late stage of half-step Great Sage Realm 1,000 years ago. Wouldn't he be the same as people like Mu Shanjie and Huang Wuji in terms of cultivation time? However, Huang Wuji and Mu Xingjie had reached the Great Sage Realm 1,000 years ago. How is this guy still hovering over the late stage of half-step Great Sage Realm? It doesn't make any sense. He was one of the famous Heaven's pride experts back then. It is said that his accumulation has already completed. However, he hasn't promoted to the Great Sage Realm and has stayed in this realm. It's not the first time or second time that he has participated in the Devil World competition. He comes with an evil scheme for the disciples of our true martial university every time. Many brilliant young disciples of our university have fallen at his hands. In fact, almost all our disciples had been killed by him one time. Bai Jingwei was brimming with murderous aura when he was speaking. Our university has spies in their 10,000 Beasts Villa, and those spies believe that this might be the last time that Shokuin is participating in the Devil World competition. He'll return to the closed-door training and make the breakthrough into Great Sage Realm after the end of the competition. He has excellent background. So, I'm afraid that he will make another breakthrough in quick succession. And this means that he will reach an extremely profound level within the Great Sage Realm if he were allowed to make this breakthrough. Then, I won't be able to deal with him, even if I enter the Great Sage Realm as well. Only Brother Huang Wuji or Brother Mu Sheng Jie might be able to deal with him after that happens. Yi Shiwen nodded. That Shou Kuin must have entered the late stage of half-step Great Sage realm 1,000 years ago if this information is correct. How terrifying would it be if his accumulation of 1,000 years burst out at once? He'll be far above an average Great Sage, even if he wouldn't be able to contend against people like Mu Shangjie and Huang Wuji. He finally understood why Bai Jingwei was insisting on killing Shou Kuin at this time. After all, Shou Kun's cultivation was extremely profound. So, an ordinary expert of late stage of half-step Great Sage realm might not be able to withstand even a single move from him. However, he was basically still in the half-step Great Sage realm. It was quite difficult to deal with him. However, it wasn't impossible. However, the disparity between Shou Kuin and Bai Jingwei would increase very quickly once Shou Kuin entered the Great Sage realm. After all, Shou Kun's accumulation was 1,000 years ahead of Bai Jingwei. It might not reflect at this time. However, it would manifest once he entered the Great Sage realm. Therefore, Bai Jingwei might not get another opportunity if he didn't launch an attack at this time. Bai Jingwei was a top-tier Heaven's Pride expert. However, Shou Kuin wasn't any less talented. Moreover, he also had an accumulation of almost 1,000 years. Therefore, Bai Jingwei might not get another opportunity to take revenge in his entire lifetime, unless a miracle happened. Yi Shiwen clearly knew that Bai Jingwei was loyal and devoted to the university. Any person or force that opposed the university would become a thorn in Bai Jingwei's eyes, and he would wish to kill them with his own hands. He is slaughtering in big numbers since he is participating in the Devil World competition for the last time. A news has recently arrived that more than 5 Heaven's Pride experts have met a violent deaths at his hands. All those experts had been among the top 100 people on the merit list. It is said that his gaze is fixed on our true Martial University. Therefore, I have no choice but to attack in advance. I must put him down before he poses any threat to the disciples of our university. Bai Jingwei coldly said. His strength hadn't been enough in the previous Devil World competition. It hadn't been enough to cause any threat to Shou Kuin. However, this was the first time that his strength had reached very close to that of Shou Kuin. Moreover, it might also be his last opportunity. So, there was no way that he wouldn't give it everything he had. Yi Zaiwen's complexion also turned serious. So this is the case. Then it is necessary to launch an attack on Shou Kuin and kill him in advance. Otherwise, ITLL be a huge threat for the true Martial University's disciples. An ominous glint flickered in Yi Zaiwen's eyes. I'll even use the Star Colossus avatar if needed. The 10,000 Beasts Villa excels in the method of controlling the beasts. Brother Bai, we have to first sweep away the devil beasts present in the vicinity. Otherwise, I'm afraid that Shou Kuin will make use of these devil beasts. Yi Shiwen said. The 10,000 Beasts Villa had split up from True Martial University's 10,000 Beasts Hall. It had already separated. However, the True Martial University's people were fully aware of the various secret martial arts techniques of the 10,000 Beasts Hall. The scariest one among their techniques was the method of controlling beasts. Therefore, it would be a big disaster if the enemy spotted the devil beasts, ominous beasts, and so on in the vicinity. The enemy had already trained several spirit beasts for battle. Moreover, the other ominous beasts and devil beasts present in the surroundings could also be exploited by them. Those beasts wouldn't be as good as the spirit beasts they had raised and trained in person. However, they still couldn't be underestimated. Bai Jingwei was wiping out those beasts in order to avoid any mishap and to reduce Shou Kun's fighting prowess. Bai Jingwei had been on expeditions for many years, so it could be said that he was very experienced. Therefore, he must have thought about these things in advance. Bai Jingwei explained a few things to Yi Shiwen. Then he once again joined his team, which was wiping out the devil beasts. He even expanded the scope of slaughtering this time. What's wrong, Yi Shiwen? Do you need me, your great master? I'll help you. How powerful can an expert of the late stage of half-step great sage realm be? I'll kill him in one slap. Ling Fei brandished her small fist and proudly looked at Yi Shiwen. It seemed from her appearance that she was trying to say, I'll help you if you need me. Yi Zaiwen's face turned dark. He was afraid that Ling Fei might refer to herself as his master in front of everyone. Yi Shiwen hadn't agreed to be her pet. However, Ling Fei would still address herself as his master from time to time. She didn't have any evil intentions behind it. However, it made Yi Shiwen feel at a loss. I don't need your help. Yi Shiwen shook his head. How could he possibly let Ling Fei fight in front of so many people? He turned around and joined by Jing Weiss group in wiping out those devil beasts. Not even a day had passed when another familiar figure arrived with a group of people. It was none other than Gao Lingxiu. She had disappeared for several months. However, she looked even more confident now since Shed had some experience in the devil world. To be continued. Chapter 613. Chapter 613. Mission exposed, Sister Gao. I haven't seen you for the last few months. Your martial power has advanced very significantly. Congratulations. Yi Shiwen cupped his hands in obeisance and said, Gao Lingxiu was still in the sage accomplished realm. It appeared that her realm hadn't changed. However, how could her recent progress be concealed from Yi Shiwen? Brother, Yi hasn't come across a small change either. Congratulations to you as well. Gao Lingxiu replied with a smile. She could also see that Yi Shiwen had become even more powerful. The experts who stood behind Gao Lingxiu also looked at Yi Shiwen somewhat incredulously. After all, they hadn't expected that they would see him alive. Yi Shiwen had refused to join their group back then, and many people had thought that he was overestimating his capabilities. In fact, they believed that he was courting death. However, they saw that Yi Shiwen was alive and well. Moreover, he had clearly become more powerful. This obviously made them a bit depressed. So, he has a hidden trump after all. It's no wonder that he's so haughty. Sister Gao, I feel reassured in my heart since you've arrived. Bai Jingwei smiled and said. Yi Shiwen was a bit surprised. Bai Jingwei has said these words as a courtesy. However, it is clear that he thinks highly of Gao Lingxiu. In fact, it seems that he considers Gao Lingxiu as his equal. He clearly isn't treating her like an ordinary sage expert. Yi Shiwen also looked at Gao Lingxiu's rank on the merit list. After he thought this, she had stormed into the top 20 positions. She had obtained the 18th rank. She hadn't made it to the top 10. However, everyone apart from her in the top 100 ranking on the merit list was a peak expert of the late stage of half-step Great Sage Realm. It was clearly visible from this that she had tyrannical strength. As for a nonentity like Yi Shiwen, who was ranked among thousands, there was nothing to say. Brother Yi, who is this? Gao Lingxiu looked at Ling Fei. Ling Fei was beside Yi Shiwen. We want to launch an ambush on Shou Kuan this time. So, we must execute this matter secretly. After all, the consequences would be too dire if Shou Kuan got even a sniff of it. He might bring a group of 10,000 Beasts Villa's people and launch a surprise attack on us instead. There isn't any problem with people who are with Bai Jingwei. Yi Shiwen is also trustworthy. Otherwise, Bai Jingwei wouldn't have called him. However, who is this person beside him? She doesn't look to be from the true martial university. This is... Yi Shiwen had a headache as to how to introduce Ling Fei. He knew Gao Lingxiu's intention behind asking about Ling Fei. This operation was very confidential, so not everyone could participate in it. However, Yi Shiwen had been invited, so this proved that he was a reliable man in their opinion. Therefore, Yi Shiwen had agreed without any hesitation when he had received the invitation. This was also a kind of affirmation that he wouldn't keep himself away from joining the core army of the true martial university forever. He already had a very bad relation with the law enforcement hall. So, it was impossible for him to stay away from joining the main army of the university eternally. He would eventually integrate into them, just like he had fully integrated into the hidden star peak now. I'm his friend. Ling Fei didn't give Yi Xuan much time to think. She stepped forward on her own accord and replied. Yi Xuan could clearly see a smiling expression in Ling Fei's eyes. It was a rather complacent look. My name is Ling Fei. I'm very powerful. Ling Fei waved her small fist to show a sense of strength as she spoke. It seemed as if she wanted to show off her power. However, it was clear that the result wasn't good. Other people didn't believe that Ling Fei was truly a powerful expert by looking at her. She had entered the devil world. So, she obviously wasn't a weakling. However, she didn't look capable enough in front of these elites. Therefore, they didn't pay too much attention to her. She was Yi Zaiwen's friend. So, there would surely be no problem. After all, they believed that Yi Xuan wouldn't be this irresponsible with respect to this matter. He obviously wouldn't have brought along just anyone in confusion. He would have considered everything. Ling Fei became anxious when she saw that nobody believed her. I'm truly very powerful. Very, very powerful. Okay, everyone knows that you're very powerful. Ling Fei was planning to reveal her true strength to prove that her words weren't empty. But Yi Xuan couldn't stand by idly and watch. He promptly pulled her towards himself and cracked a joke. There would be no pressure on these people who are here on the mission if I let this little devil reveal her powers. According to the news that I've obtained, Shokuin will pass from here after a few days. We can attack and kill him at that time. I've also invited a member of the Heavenly Punishment faction for this task. Bai Jingwei shot a glance at Yi Xuan as he said. He felt a bit embarrassed. After all, everyone knew about the conflict between Yi Xuan and the law enforcement hall. Therefore, it was quite difficult to say that whether they would attack Yi Xuan or not if they appeared. However, it also wasn't that easy to launch a surprise attack on Shokuin. An ordinary expert of the late stage of half-step Great Sage Realm couldn't match his fighting prowess. So, the Heavenly Punishment faction's fighting prowess would have a very important role in this mission. However, Bai Jingwei had already invited Yi Xuan before. Therefore, this had formed a huge contradiction. Brother, Yi can leave if he feels inconvenienced. Bai Jingwei said. Bai Jingwei would lose a little strength if Yi Xuan left. However, he would lose a backbone if he lost the Heavenly Punishment faction. He had calculated this thing. However, he believed that nothing was more important than the university. So he wouldn't hesitate even if Yi Xuan got offended as a result. I don't mind. Yi Xuan replied. He was very wary of the Heavenly Punishment faction. However, they wouldn't be able to kill him even if they attacked. So, there was nothing to fear. Bai Jingwei let out a sigh of relief when he saw that Yi Xuan wasn't bothered about it. He said, Brother Yi is very broad-minded. I want to thank you on behalf of all the disciples of the university. Yi Xuan promptly replied, It's nothing. Brother Bai needn't do so. Bai Jingwei could lay down his own dignity for the university. So, what could Yi Xuan complain about? Yi Xuan could only put aside any grudges that he might have because of Bai Jingwei's decision. Meanwhile, Yi Xuan suddenly became scared. Bursts of evil wind blew down from the sky. A giant claw of a beast fell from the sky to grab everyone. Oh no! Everyone pay attention. There's a danger. Bai Jingwei roared. Everyone else also saw that a giant claw was coming down towards them. Bai Jingwei had the highest martial power among the people here, apart from Ling Fei. Divine beams immediately emitted from his hands and curled everyone in. Then he suddenly retreated a dozen miles along with everyone under his protection and evaded the surprise attack of that giant claw. Rumble! The giant claw smashed down on the ground where everyone had been standing a moment ago. A huge hole was formed and the space exploded. The might of this claw made everyone terrified. It was hard to imagine. This is White Phoenix, Demon Claw. By Jing Wei's complexion became exceptionally ugly. Shokuin, come out for me. His mood immediately sank to the bottom. White Phoenix Demon Claw was the martial technique of the 10,000 Beasts Villa. There were certain records of this technique in the True Martial University. As per the rumors, a senior of the 10,000 Beasts Hall had created this technique back in time. He had comprehended this claw technique after he had accidentally got involved in a fight with a white phoenix. It was one of the secret techniques of the True Martial University. It wasn't passed on to outsiders. It was a very confidential technique. There weren't many people in the present generation of the 10,000 Beast Villa who had obtained the inheritance of the White Phoenix Demon Claw. In fact, there no one besides Shokuin who could have the skill to inherit it. Bai Jingwei had made thousands of plans in order to keep this mission a secret. However, it had gotten leaked in the end. In fact, it hadn't just leaked out. Shokuin had launched a surprise attack in advance, and that too at a time when that member of the Heavenly Punishment faction hadn't arrived. Bai Jingwei was obviously contemptuous towards Shokun's character. However, he had never denied his strength. He couldn't dare to say that he would win easily even if he and Gao Lingxiu attacked him at the same time. Ha 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 ha. It's very funny. Bai Jingwei, I hadn't expected that you would dare to scheme against me. A huge figure appeared in the sky. It was a hill-sized ferocious tiger. Its entire body was as white as snow, and a pair of wings were protruding out of its ribs. It was floating in the sky. Its 4 claws vigorously grabbed the sky of the Devil World and ripped a huge crack in it. The crack wouldn't restore for a very long time. The scene was exceptionally dreadful. A tall man was standing on the forehead of this giant spirit tiger. He looked to be in his 30s. He was dressed in flashy clothes. His square face was filled with a disdainful expression. Humph! You've dared to attack the disciples of our university. You should have known that this day would come. Bai Jingwei snorted and replied, Someone like you thinks that he can kill me? Do you know who you're talking to? That tall man was Shokuin. He opened his round eyes wide. He looked a bit sinister. I've heard that you are loyal and devoted to the True Martial University, but you've dared to think of killing me this time. You were a non-entity in the previous Devil World competitions. You were just like an ant in front of me, but you've dared to do this now. It seems that you've grown audacious. Bai Jingwei was ranked 9th on the merit list. However, Shokuin didn't pay attention to him. Instead, he had treated him like an insignificant nonentity. However, Bai Jingwei had indeed been a nonentity when Shokuin had become famous in the true martial world. Only people like Huang Wuji and Mu Shengjie could be compared to him. He didn't pay attention to other people. What was Bai Jingwei? You're too negligent. You've dared to come alone. You're just an expert of half-step great sage realm, even though you've cultivated for many more years than me. Had you thought that you'd come here and just walk away? Bai Jingwei calmly said. Everything had already been seen through. Their target had knocked on their door with the intention of looking for a fight. So, they might as well give it to him. There wasn't enough time to set up matrix formations, and there was very little assurance of their operation's success. However, it didn't mean that there was no chance at all. Humph! Who do you think you are? You're just an insignificant youth, and you dare to act presumptuously in front of me. I can eliminate you in one stroke. Shokuin snorted. He simply disregarded him. He didn't even pay attention to this group of people. They were in the same realm of the late stage of half-step great sage as he was. However, there was a difference of heaven and earth between their strength and his. Brother Shou can surely clean up these small fries alone. However, it would be better if we act quickly. I've heard that a member of the Heavenly Punishment faction is also coming. He might arrive before we're done if we don't act quickly. Suddenly, another brash-sounding voice came from the sky. To be continued. Chapter 614. Chapter 614. Yi Shiwen steps into action. The voice hadn't even faded when a tall and slim figure appeared in front of everyone. He was a middle-aged man, and he was dressed in a magnificent robe. In fact, his clothes looked exceptionally luxurious. Li Yifeng from Xianyuan Palace Hall. Bai Jingwei's eyes turned gloomy as he looked at the man before him. Yi Shiwen had heard that this was another top expert who was placed among the top 20 experts on the merit list. In fact, Li Yifeng of Xianyuan Palace Hall was on the 14th position on the merit list at the moment. So, he was more powerful than Gao Lingxiu. Li Yifeng used to be a Heaven's Pride expert of Xianyuan Palace Hall many years ago. Thereafter, he had reached among the core disciples whilst killing his peers along the way. He was a top figure. He was one of the 2 leading core disciples whom Xianyuan Palace Hall had sent this time. There had been no problem initially since only Shou Kuan had been here. However, everyone's heart sank with Li Yifeng's arrival. These 2 individuals were more powerful than the combination of Bai Jingwei and Gao Lingxiu. Moreover, there were blurred figures of a dozen or so experts of the late stage of half-step great sage realm behind them. They belonged to the 10,000 Beasts Villa and Xianyuan Palace Hall. There weren't many people, only a dozen senior experts. However, the elites of the 2 big forces had come out. It's ridiculous. You've dared to conspire against our brother Shou. Have you ever seen someone scheming against our brother Shou? A disciple of the 10,000 Beasts Villa arrogantly said. He was looking at Bai Jingwei and the others in a manner that made it seem as if he was looking at dead people. I wanted to deal with all of you one by one. However, this is also a good option. Half of the true Martial University would collapse if the 2 of us were to join forces in order to wipe them out. Shou Kuan had ample killing intention, as he said. Many small groups of the true Martial University had arrived here this time. There were many geniuses in those groups. However, the most outstanding experts were that member of the Heavenly Punishment faction, Bai Jingwei and Gao Lingxiu. Therefore, it wouldn't be wrong to say that half of the strength of the true Martial University's team would collapse if Bai Jingwei and Gao Lingxiu got killed here. Brother Shou, let's start at once. I'll handle Gao Lingxiu. I give that ignorant Bai Jingwei to you. The rest of our disciples will handle the others. Li Yifeng said, I can exterminate them alone. Shou Kuan let out a cruel smile. However, he didn't oppose the proposal. The true Martial University's people weren't weak. So, there's no certainty that he alone would be able to kill them before that member of the Heavenly Punishment faction arrived. And things would turn out bad for him if that happened. Even he was a bit afraid of that bunch of monsters. The legendary Heavenly Punishment faction. Bai Jingwei's complexion turned ugly. Have they already considered us dead? Have they already given their verdict? It'll take care of Gao Lingxiu. I've heard that she's hiding a big secret on her body. Even a foreign force like the Emergent School is coveting her. Li Yifeng laughed mischievously as he looked at Gao Lingxiu. His avaricious eyes made Gao Lingxiu frown. Yi Shiwen was thinking how to deal with these people. Suddenly, Bai Jingwei's voice reverberated in his mind. Brother Yi, I hadn't anticipated that they would find some hints about our plan. You should walk away when the fight starts. I know your speed is very fast, so you would be able to escape. Also, take Sister Gao along with you. Let me handle this situation. I'll hold them up here. Brother Bai, you can't deal with these 2 individuals on your own. Yi Shiwen replied. Bai Jingwei's words couldn't deceive him. I may not be able to deal with them. However, I can hold them here. I can't defeat them. However, I'm sure that they can't kill me either. Bai Jingwei said. He seemed very confident. Relax, leave them to me. I won't let any of them leave this place. Not a single one of them will escape. Yi Shiwen coldly said. He stepped forward as he spoke up. The murderous intent had already risen in Yi Zaiwen's heart. Shou Kuan and Li Yifeng looked at Yi Shiwen in disbelief. They didn't know from where this ignorant boy had come out. Even Bai Jing couldn't dare to say that he could kill both of them. So, who in the world was this boy to dare claiming this? This guy is insane. He has dared to say that he'll keep all of us here. Li Yifeng was stunned. He still thought that he had misheard him. This guy is extremely daring and unruly. He's indeed quite arrogant. Only such mad disciples are left in the true martial university now. So how would it not decline? They themselves are responsible for this. Shokuin sneered and said, "Bang!" That hill-sized huge tiger under Shou Kun's feet finally moved at this time. A giant tiger's claw suddenly swept down towards Yi Shiwen to grab him. It seemed as if it would tear this unruly guy into two halves. A ferocious beast's aura spread overwhelmingly. It seemed as if this claw would rip apart the entire world. This spirit beast also possessed the strength of the late stage of half-step Great Sage Realm. In fact, it was far more powerful than an ordinary expert of the late stage of half-step Great Sage Realm. Many people were quite afraid of the people of the 10,000 Beasts Villa. This was because they and their pet spirit beasts would grow up together from childhood. Therefore, fighting with one of them was equal to fighting two people at the same time. Shokuin was already very hard to deal with, and he had a powerful spirit beast on top of that. Bai Jingwei had set up a trap to deal with only Shokuin. However, he had still invited Gao Lingxiu and that member of the Heavenly Punishment faction. Moreover, he even wanted to lay out all kinds of matrix barriers in order to be absolutely safe. Yi Shiwen stood still. Endless divinities emitted from his entire body and illuminated the world in an instant. Half of the sky had been covered by his divinities. Then, Yi Zaiwen's figure suddenly disappeared, and he got replaced by the Star Colossus avatar when he reappeared. A pair of murderous eyes filled with bloodthirst and killing intent curled up in a ruthless mood, and the endless void in the sky distorted under the bombardment of this gaze. Countless primary spirit dawn streamed out from the heavenly source mirror. They flew in midair and began to burn. They then transformed into spirit energies and frantically instilled into Yi Zaiwen's body. Yi Zaiwen's aura surged up as the endless spirit energies began to enter his body. It seemed as if a dead person had suddenly come back to life. His aura went against all the rules of the world as it violently surged up. It seemed as if he had directly made a breakthrough into the half-step Great Sage Realm from the Sage Realm. Yi Shiwen found that he had suddenly become even more ferocious and bloodthirsty after he had replaced his body with that of a Star Colossus. This had happened because of the militant factor. After all, the cruel addiction for slaughtering was present inside every cell of the Star Colossus body. A heaven-startling sword rainbow suddenly blazed out from his hand and soared into the sky. It then formed a huge sword column in the sky. The buried sword secret technique had begun to boil in his hand. Yi Zaiwen's sword energy traveled in the sky like a rainbow and shattered the huge tiger's attack. That tiger's attack got smashed. Also, a huge black crack opened in the middle of the sky. The black crack then spread out in all directions in the sky, just like a spider's web. His current energy consumption was much smaller than the time when he had displayed the power of the Great Sage Realm. The present consumption was small. However, more than 100 million primary spirit dawn were still required for fighting just once. It must be mentioned that this would exhaust nearly the entire wealth of an expert of the half-step Great Sage Realm. In fact, this price was so huge that even a rich person like Yi Shiwen wouldn't agree to pay this price with ease. The primary spirit dawn would start to flow out like running water if he promoted the fighting prowess of the Star Colossus avatar to the Great Sage Realm. Roar! The huge tiger screamed. Its claw was drenched with blood. After all, nearly its entire claw had been cut off by Yi Shiwen. So, blood was splashing out like a fountain from it. Good boy. I have underestimated you. Shou Kun's vision turned even colder as he stood on that huge tiger. It seemed as if a beast god had reincarnated from ancient times. This beast god was emitting a valiant aura. His chaotic and barbaric aura was boiling. The phantom of a chaotic beast god immediately formed behind him. It then looked up to the sky and roared. Then, the dark club made up of wolf teeth suddenly pounded down upon Yi Zaiwen's body. Boy, I don't know what method you're using to promote your strength, but what would you do about the disparity? Do you even understand what disparity is? I believe that you're just an ant, an overreaching ant. Shou Kun's ice-cold, ruthless voice fell along with that dark club. That wolf-teeth club transformed into a huge wolf head when it was about to arrive in front of Yishuin. It then suddenly opened its mouth wide, sucked in the energy in the atmosphere, and transformed them into a huge energy ball. This energy ball then smashed down. Bang! That huge energy ball suddenly smashed down upon Yi Zaiwen's body. A huge mushroom cloud rose up from the scene. It was very dreadful. An incomparably terrifying force was released, and this force then swept across in all directions. The terrifying power disintegrated the void, and the space of the devil world shattered into pieces like a mirror. Those experts looked at the scene in a daze. Shou Kun is way too powerful. How can an expert of the half-step great sage realm launch such an attack? The complexions of the true Martial University's disciples suddenly turned deathly pale when they saw that Yi Zaiwen's entire body had been engulfed by the explosion. It didn't matter whether they liked Yi Shiwen or not. After all, he was fighting for them at this time. Therefore, it was impossible that they would disregard him. Bai Jingwei and Gao Lingxiu were just about to begin. However, Li Yifeng blocked them. He sneered and said, while looking at both of them, "I'm your opponent, and he is screwed. Nobody can come out alive from that attack. All of you will die today." Ling Fei was the only one present who wasn't worried. After all, her martial power was unfathomably profound. An ordinary person couldn't see what had become of Yi Shiwen. However, she had clearly understood everything by having a mere glance at the situation. You're an ant without any reputation, so you should feel privileged to die by my hands. Shou Kun's expression was ice-cold. It seemed as if he was just smashing an ant. He didn't care even a bit. The smoke and dust dissipated, and a figure appeared before everyone. Everyone was left in shock when they saw the scene before their eyes. Even the molecules of air should have been blown away by that attack. The space had gotten annihilated. So, how could a person have survived this? Is this all you've got? To be continued. Chapter 615. Shou Kun is too powerful. He deserves to be called a contemporary to Huang Wuji and Mu Xingjie. He hasn't advanced to a higher realm in so many years. However, his martial power has become incredibly profound because of the accumulation of so many years. Perhaps he'll become a powerhouse of the great sage realm if he were to make a breakthrough. He's a great core disciple of the 10,000 Beasts Villa, so he has inherited many martial techniques that are impossible for many other disciples. This is hateful. These techniques should belong to our university. These damned traitors. Shou Kun's fighting prowess had left everyone in shock. They might have been exploded in just one move if they had come across such fighting prowess in Yi Zaiwen's place. Even Bai Jingwei's and Gao Lingxiu's complexions had turned unsightly at this time. It wasn't that they hadn't anticipated Shou Kun's fighting prowess. They indeed had. In fact, that's why they had wanted to take numerous precautions. It was just that they hadn't gotten enough time to take these precautions since Shou Kun had arrived out of nowhere. Meanwhile, the people of the 10,000 Beasts Villa and Xianyuan Palace Hall were looking excited. It was clear that Shou Kun's fighting prowess had boosted their morale enormously. Especially the 10,000 Beasts Villas people were even more encouraged. Some of them were participating in the Devil World competition for the first time. However, they believed that they would triumph in every battle as long as they followed Shokuin. "Is this all you've got?" A cold voice suddenly resounded. Then a figure slowly appeared in front of everyone as the dust settled. Everyone opened their eyes wide. It was Yi Shiwen. He had survived. He hadn't died, even after he had taken such a terrifying attack head-on. Such vitality was far greater than normal. Yi Zaiwen's expression was ice-cold. Shou Kun's recent attack had been very dreadful. So much so that an ordinary expert of the late stage of half-step Great Sage realm would have exploded on the spot. Even Bai Jingwei and the others might have sustained injuries if they had come across such an attack. However, Yi Zaiwen's body was extremely formidable. Moreover, the body of the Star Colossus avatar was even tougher than that of its master. In fact, the toughness of its body must be far beyond Great Sage level. It was extremely dreadful. Shokuin suddenly narrowed his eyes. He hadn't anticipated that Yi Shiwen would survive. He had been very confident about his martial arts technique. However, Yi Shiwen was still alive and kicking. This was a big insult for him. Shokuin was well aware of his humiliation, so he immediately became angry. The beastly aura of his entire body skyrocketed, and his figure suddenly became even more ethereal. He looked like a legendary beast god. His aura became more tyrannical with every step that he took. The inexhaustible devil energy in the surroundings was swept away by him, and he suddenly transformed into a demon god. The void in the vicinity transformed into a country of beasts in this moment, and he was the only god in this country. He didn't hesitate as he faced Yi Shiwen, whose figure was gradually emerging from the dust and smoke. A hand stretched out, and his palm transformed into a chicken claw. However, it wasn't an ordinary chicken claw. It was a silver-white claw of a real phoenix. In fact, it seemed as if the claw had been casted with silver. It emitted dark and cold rays of light amidst the glowing glaze of the devil energy. It seemed as if this claw would extinguish the world in a split second. It ripped apart a huge crack in the sky. This crack then swept out in all directions and left the entire world to shake. This claw then grasped toward Yi Zaiwen's head. It seemed as if it would smash it. Yi Shiwen had thoroughly angered him. This was clear from the fact that he hadn't held back in this attack. Humph! Yi Shiwen attacked. There was an austere, killing intent in his eyes. He was determined to make the Star Colossus avatar go into action this time. He had even contemplated the idea of killing all of them. Otherwise, the price of 100 million primary spirit dawn would be too great a waste. Fire clouds falling sky hand. Yi Shiwen suddenly set out. A fiery big hand covered half of the sky and went up to make a counterattack. It swept out fire-colored energy pillars that rose to the sky. Both sides' attacks ferociously collided in the sky, and an incredibly dreadful force swept out the next moment. The energy waves unleashed by them collided in the sky. Tremendous energy waves, one red and one white, were grinding each other in the sky. The places that came in contact with these waves got swallowed by them. It was a very terrifying scene. Shokuin coldly snorted. The sound waves proliferated in all directions, just like the sound of a big bell. He then marched forward, taking large strides. The silver waves once again began to boil. They seemed to possess even more power than before. Both sides had looked evenly matched at first. However, it suddenly seemed that Shokuin would overpower Yi Shiwen. Then the dense silver waves smashed down. Yi Shiwen unceasingly swayed like a small boat in a tempest under the influence of this dreadful power. In fact, it seemed as if he would collapse any moment. Shou Kun's dreadful strength had been revealed. He wasn't a great sage. However, his accumulation was many years old, so he could be considered as a peerless expert under the great sage realm. Bai Jingwei and the other people were also very powerful. However, Yi Shiwen could feel that the foundation of 1,000-years-old fogey like Shokuin was much stronger than theirs. This was a one-of-a-kind accumulation. Any celestial genius could accelerate the accumulation. However, accelerated accumulation and long-term accumulation weren't the same thing. In fact, even the celestial geniuses required to accumulate. Otherwise, they wouldn't be a match even for an ordinary person. And Shokuin was someone whose accumulation had become profound to a scary extent. Moreover, he was a Heaven's Pride expert as well. So he had both talent and accumulation. An ordinary expert couldn't even come close. He could almost be weighed as the strongest in the half-step great sage realm. Therefore, he had never paid attention to anyone and had been unscrupulous his entire life. He could effortlessly slaughter a few senior Heavens Pride experts, and the true Martial University was his current target. That's why Bai Jingwei had no choice but to launch an attack on him in advance. In fact, this was the main reason why Bai Jingwei had wanted to attack him. Yi Zaiwen's flaming red rays of light spread wide. It seemed as if a dreadful power was boiling within. A barbarian god had condensed behind him. It seemed as if the surrounding area had transformed into a world of barbarians. The beast suddenly performed a long-range raid from the world of beasts unleashed by Shokuin and burst into the barbarian world. Countless barbarian experts were holding all kinds of weapons in the barbarian world. They began to kill the crowd of beasts that had arrived in their world. This was a competition between the embodiments of two martial concepts. Shokun's profound essence of the 10,000 beasts villa's heritage had given birth to the phantom of a beast god. However, Yi Shiwen was more ferocious than him. Yi Zaiwen's martial way had reached beyond an ordinary person's comprehension. Especially the fire cloud's falling sky hand had been deduced to the peak by him within a short time after it had fallen into his hands. Even the fire cloud cave's lord wouldn't have such a strong understanding of this technique. Bang! Both worlds were crushing and engulfing each other. A scene of doomsday had evolved in the sky. It seemed like the end of the world, like the dusk of gods. Two gods suddenly collided in the sky. Each of them commanded a country. The edges of both worlds collapsed in the collision. Countless beasts and barbarian experts bellowed and clashed. Bloody battles were going on everywhere. The spectators were left dumbstruck. Is this a battle of gods? The fight between the two men appeared to be a reenactment of the fight between the gods. Both sides were using incredible methods that had been passed by the two ancient gods. It seemed that the contest between both methods was taking place via the hands of these two individuals after a period of countless years. The winner and loser among the two gods would be decided in this manner. How can he be so powerful? Li Yifeng looked at the two men involved in this intense fight. The expression on his face had turned frantic. He had agreed to arrive here and team up with Shokuin in order to deal with Bai Jingwei and Gao Lingxiu. But wasn't it because of Shokun's incredible strength? Shokuin had obtained the 6th rank on the merit list. He hadn't broken into the top 3. However, Li Yifeng knew that Shokuin had the strength to be ranked in the top 3. It was just that the most crucial time hadn't arrived yet, and nobody wanted to reveal their entire strength before that time. The experts who occupied the top 20 positions on the merit list would begin to frantically slaughter the devil experts at the last moment, and they would crazily earn points at that time. So that would be the time to see the results. Shokuin had the strength to aspire for the top position. In fact, he had also shown interest in this. However, Li Yifeng had never anticipated that a random person of the true martial university would appear out of nowhere and stop Shokuin. The situation had changed after their biggest support had been blocked. So Li Yifeng must face Bai Jingwei and Gao Lingxiu alone now. And it was an entirely disadvantageous situation for him. He would have had an advantage if he were fighting just Gao Lingxiu. However, he would fall into a disadvantageous position while facing Bai Jingwei. After all, Bai Jingwei was much more powerful than Gao Lingxiu. However, he had to face both of these individuals at the same time now. Other people also felt the same. How can he be so ferocious? They felt as if a god had descended to the world as they witnessed Yi Zaiwen's intrepid strength. However, they didn't know that Yi Shiwen had kept his real strength suppressed. In fact, he could have been countless times more powerful than present. Meanwhile, Ling Fei was excitedly watching the fight between the teams of Shou Kuan and Yi Shiwen. Her beautiful eyes shone brightly. It seemed as if she had never seen a fight between people before. She was brandishing her small fist in excitement. In fact, she even wanted to replace Yi Shiwen and go fight herself. She would have gone up and taught a lesson to Shou Kuan if Yi Shiwen hadn't prohibited her from revealing her strength. She would have told everyone that she believed that Shou Kuan was extremely ugly and deserved to be taught a lesson. Yi Zaiwen's voice sounded amidst the battle. "Brother, leave this to me. You don't need to worry." Yi Zaiwen's words had made everyone feel that he was incomparably arrogant and boastful when he had spoken out before the battle had started. However, his current words had made them feel incomparably relaxed. And this was because they had seen that he truly had enough tyrannical strength to back up his words. "Everyone attack! Kill these traitors! Let them know how serious a crime it is to betray our university!" Bai Jingwei roared. Several disciples of the true martial university became excited. Some of the people in the opposite party used to be their juniors, while some used to their comrades. However, all of them were now traitors in their opinion. Moreover, Shou Kuan had been blocked. Therefore, the opposite party was very easy to handle now. The morale of the true martial university's disciples had been boosted. However, the complexions of the disciples of the 10,000 Beasts Villa and the Xianyuan Palace Hall had also undergone a big change. To be continued. Chapter 616. Chapter 616. Entirely one-sided die. Several experts of the true martial university had waged war on the disciples of the 10,000 Beasts Villa and the Xianyuan Palace Hall under Bai Jingwei's leadership. "Ha!" Gao Lingxiu shouted. She then attacked with her long sword. It transformed into a sword light and covered half of the sky. Puff! Bang! Ding! Various kinds of sounds were heard, and many experts of the Xianyuan Palace Hall and the 10,000 Beasts Villa got annihilated in the sky. Gao Lingxiu had finally begun to reveal the dreadful fighting prowess of a sage accomplished level expert who had broken into the top 20 ranks on the merit list. Those experts who had previously looked ferocious collapsed at the first blow of her sword. They simply didn't have the power to fight back. "Stop!" Li Yifeng opened his round eyes wide. It seemed as if his eyes had almost split open, as if blood was dripping from them. After all, the disciples who were dying were the Xianyuan Palace Hall's elites. Not all of them were elites. However, at least half of their force would collapse if these people got annihilated. In fact, the Xianyuan Palace Hall would lose almost an entire generation if they lost all of these people. Such a thing had never happened in the very long history of the Xianyuan Palace Hall. The core disciples weren't the real force of Xianyuan Palace Hall. However, they would undoubtedly lose an entire generation if all of them got killed. Its impact might not become visible within a short time. However, it would become visible after several hundred or 1,000 years. Li Yifeng suddenly had an intense feeling as if something had smashed down from the front. He promptly moved back 100 meters in order to avoid this stunning blade energy. Bang! The blade energy smashed down on the bottom of the mountain like a dragon and opened a huge gap. The ground trembled. It seemed to be wailing under this attack. Bai Jingwei! Li Yifeng instantly recognized this blade energy's owner. Sure enough, there was an ice-cold, smiling expression on Bai Jingwei's face. His heart swelled with pride as he looked at Li Yifeng. They had been behaving arrogantly a moment ago. After all, there had been a possibility that the true Martial University's team would get wiped out. However, the situation had reversed now, and it was their turn to crush them. Li Yifeng, am your opponent. Not a single person of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall and the 10,000 Beasts Villa should think of walking away from here today. I won't let any of you leave this place. Bai Jing Wei stepped forward whilst carrying the long blade after he said this. He instantly arrived in front of Li Yifeng to kill him. He had revealed the dreadful strength of a person who was ranked 9th on the merit list. It must be said that his reputation wasn't underserved in any manner. He was incomparably dreadful. It seemed as if the sun and moon had lost their light and the world had lost its color under this blade. He had used his entire strength. He was ranked above Li Yifeng. However, there wasn't much disparity between them. The disparity wasn't to an extent that one of them would be crushed by another. The opposite party would be able to make a comeback if one of them didn't take care. But Bai Jing Wei had plentiful battle experience. So, how could he make such a mistake? Therefore, he had used his entire strength at once. Bai Jing Wei's strength was above that of Li Yifeng. So, Li Yifeng would obviously respond with his entire strength whilst facing such a full-strength attack. Otherwise, he might be killed by Bai Jing Wei if he wasn't careful. However, he couldn't attend to other people. So, the experts of 10,000 Beasts Villa and Xian Yuan Palace Hall had quickly retreated in defeat since they didn't have the support of a powerhouse. Meanwhile, the morale of the true Martial University's experts had gotten boosted enormously. So, they moved forward while slaughtering the entire way with Gao Ling Xiu spearheading the attack. Those experts of the 10,000 Beasts Villa and the Xian Yuan Palace Hall had looked arrogant and despotic a while ago, but they were quickly getting transformed into corpses now. This feeling of satisfaction had made the true Martial University's disciples very excited. They had gotten bullied by the opposite party earlier, but they were bullying them back now. This feeling was obviously a stark contrast with the previous one. "Stop, you bastards!" Blood almost dripped from Li Yifeng's eyes. These experts of Xian Yuan Palace Hall were elites. Each of them had been nurtured with difficulty. People would regret the loss of even one of them. However, a large number of such experts had died. So the vitality of his force had sustained a serious blow. However, how could Gao Lingxiu stop her slaughtering because of Li Yifeng's words? They couldn't spare these people. Otherwise, it would be an irresponsible move on the part of the true Martial University's disciples. Bang! A thunderous noise came through from another battlefield. It was the battlefield of Yi Shiwen and Shou Kuan. The competition of martial concepts between these two individuals made it seem as if two gods who commanded their own country had collided violently. In fact, they had seemingly broken into each other's domain. The winner and loser had finally been decided. Everyone could see that Shou Kun's country of beasts had quickly collapsed, and Yi Zaiwen's country of barbarians had become even more powerful. Everyone was almost scared to death when they saw this scene. Yi Shiwen was only a non-entity of the sage Great Perfection realm, while Shou Kuan was a top-tier expert of the late stage of half-step Great Sage realm. Moreover, Shou Kuan was ranked among the top 10 experts on the merit list. The disparity between the two sides was huge. However, Shou Kuan had been defeated with ease in this contest of understanding of martial arts. It was tantamount to saying that Shou Kun's comprehension of martial arts was far inferior to that of Yi Shiwen. Moreover, everyone knew that Fire Cloud's Falling Sky Hand was a technique of southern barbarians, not of the true Martial University. In other words, it was impossible for Yi Shiwen to obtain the traditional technique of Fire Cloud's Falling Sky Hand. Therefore, it was clear that Yi Shiwen had defeated Shou Kuan depending upon his self-study of this technique. This revelation had caused far greater impact on them than any other thing. A sage, Great Perfection level expert had routed an expert of the late stage of half-step Great Sage realm, depending upon his understanding of martial arts. However, They didn't know that Yi Shiwen had a mysterious space for deducing techniques. His cultivation was far inferior to that of Shokuin. However, this didn't mean that his understanding of martial arts would also be inferior. The technique of fire clouds, falling sky hand was an example of this. Even many great sage experts of the fire cloud cave wouldn't dare to say that they had a better understanding of this technique than Yi Shiwen did. Yi Shiwen commanded his country of barbarians, just like a true deity, and smashed it down upon Shokuin. Consequently, the dreadful pressure pressed down with an irresistible force. Shokun's feet had sunk into the head of the huge tiger he was standing on. That hill-sized fierce tiger was also roaring in pain at this time. It was also feeling the dreadful coercion that had smashed down from the sky. Yi Zaiwen's body had been replaced by the Star Colossus. It must be mentioned that the Star Colossus was an ominous beast that used to swallow planets for food. It was on top of the food chain of all demon beasts, devil beasts, and ominous beasts. It had restrained its aura. However, it had set out its instinctive coercion without any hesitation. Shokun's complexion had turned ashen. He was just watching Yi Shiwen pressing down upon him from the sky. How can he be so powerful? The real elemental energy of Shokun's entire body surged up in order to resist this dreadful force. Humph! Grovel before me. Yi Shiwen descended from the sky. A fist transformed into a huge star and suppressed all directions. It was just like a collision of stars. Big Bang Stardust Fist. Almost the entire surroundings transformed into a void. It was the result of insane comprehension. The experts of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall and the 10,000 Beasts Villa roared at this time. However, they didn't have any method to back Shokuin up. In fact, they couldn't even reach close to Shokuin. It had become difficult for them to protect themselves. So, there was no chance that they could rush to help Shokuin. Everyone held their breath as they saw this scene unfold before their eyes. They were shocked in their hearts. It was like they were in a perilous situation. Shokuin had great strength and illustrious reputation. It looked self-evident. There was no one here who could defeat him one-on-one. There were very few people, even in big martial arts competitions, who would dare to say that they could defeat Shokuin one-on-one. It could be done only after using countless moves. Moreover, nobody could defeat Shokuin in the crushing manner. However, Yi Shiwen had still pulled it off. Bang! The Big Bang Stardust Fist smashed down. Pucci! Shokuin smashed his hands out. He felt a dreadful force being poured into his body as soon as he took the attack. He couldn't help but feel the taste of blood in his throat. He spouted a mouthful of blood essence, and his entire body went out flying upside down like a kite with a broken string. Yi Shiwen was about to chase him down. However, he saw that huge tiger moving at this time. Its body was hill-sized. However, its speed was still very fast. It was extremely agile. Its speed and body didn't seem to be in harmony. It left a trail of afterimages in the sky as it pounced on Yi Shiwen. Its speed was incomparably fast for ordinary people. However, it still wasn't good enough in front of Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen stepped out. He wasn't the one to rush out first, but he had still arrived first. He had taken the lead to rush out and kill the enemy instead of letting the enemy do that to him. He arrived right in front of that fierce tiger. Then he spread both of his hands. They transformed into two big energy hands and rose against the wind. The big hands swept towards the wings of the tiger and grabbed them. Tear! The loud and clear sound of something tearing sounded. The pair of that fierce tiger's huge wings had been torn by Yi Shiwen. Blood splashed out and steamed down everywhere. Roar! The fierce tiger screamed. It had had these magical wings since its birth. However, those wings had now been torn apart by Yi Shiwen. The blood splashed everywhere, and the bone fragments swirled in the air. It was in an unbearable pain. Get out of my way! Yi Shiwen kicked it. His kick formed an afterimage of a whip in the sky, and tore through the air. Bang! The hill-sized body of that fierce tiger got blown away by Yi Zaiwen's one kick. My little pet! Shou Kun saw the wings of his partner being torn apart. This beast had been with him since childhood. However, it had been blown away by a kick. Moreover, it wasn't clear whether it was alive or dead. His eyes remained wide open in shock. There was a desire of tearing the opposite party into pieces in his eyes. He clenched his teeth so tightly that they almost shattered. He then said with his blood-stained mouth, "You'll pay the price for your actions." Shou Kun roared. He was roaring like a wounded beast. The expression in his eyes became even more deadly. It awed everyone. He was the beast master, even though he was wounded. So, how could an ordinary person be compared with him? Pay the price? Well said. It applies for old matters too. You've killed several disciples of our true martial university. So, it's the time for you to pay the price for your actions now. Yi Shiwen let out a sneer through the corner of his mouth. When it comes to retribution and what not, one must know that as many as 100 disciples of the true martial university had died at Shou Kun's hands. Moreover, those experts had been elites, so they must be avenged. How can the trivial lives of those ants be on a par with me? The expression in Shou Kun's eyes became crazed. His eyes had become bloodshot. He looked like a crazed beast. It'll make you regret. I won't let you live. I won't let you die. It'll torture you every day and night. You'll die a pathetic death. Shou Kun's aura was still soaring unceasingly. It suddenly broke through the late stage of half-step Great Sage Realm and entered the Great Sage Realm. To be continued. Chapter 617. Chapter 617. All counterattacks go in vain. Shou Kun had been hovering around the half-step Great Sage Realm for 1,000 years. Such accumulation had taken him to the front of the Great Sage Realm's threshold. In fact, he had only differed from the Great Sage Realm by an inch. Therefore, he could make the breakthrough as long as he would undergo a normal closed-door training. However, this was impossible for Bai Jingwei and the other people, even though they were on the same level as him. So, one could well imagine how dreadful Shou Kun was. However, Shou Kun hadn't had any extra time for making a normal breakthrough at this time. He could only make the breakthrough forcibly. This breakthrough hadn't occurred because of comprehending something during the fight. Instead, it was the result of profound accumulation. Making a breakthrough forcibly in this way would certainly cause some injuries that would be hard to repair. In fact, it would cause immeasurable injuries in the future. However, how could Shou Kun care too much about this thing at this time? You ant-like man, you've thoroughly infuriated me. You'll die today, but you won't die alone. Soon, everyone in your true martial university will die. Our 10,000 beasts villa will sweep away the entire world, and they'll be the only god. Ha 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 ha. Shou Kun's power was still rising. He had reached the peak of the initial stage of the Great Sage Realm within a short time. His dreadful accumulation had finally revealed a terrifying might. Shou Kun suddenly launched an attack on Yi Shiwen. His speed had increased to the peak. He was clearly displaying the dreadful strength of the Great Sage Realm. Bang! Yi Shiwen was struck by a fist, and his body went out flying like a kite without string. Ha 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 ha! You damned ant! I won't let you live. I won't let you die. It'll take out your soul, and you'll suffer endless torture year after year. Shou Kun had gone insane. He looked just like a crazed beast. He has made a breakthrough. The hearts of true martial universities, people sank as they saw Shou Kun's new form. It would have been very difficult to deal with Shou Kun even if he were still in the late stage of half-step Great Sage Realm. However, everyone would have had some confidence in that case. After all, there would have been quantitative disparity between them, but there wouldn't have been any qualitative disparity. However, the qualitative disparity had suddenly come into play after Shou Kun had made the breakthrough into Great Sage Realm. They had placed high hopes on Yi Shiwen. However, even he had been blown away in one blow. Such fighting prowess was enough to make them terrified. Bai Jing Wei's complexion had changed significantly in particular. He was fighting Li Yifeng at present. After all, he hadn't expected that Shou Kuin would make a breakthrough in this most crucial time. Ha ha ha. You'll meet your death today. True Martial University, ha ha ha, will soon be history. It will be reduced to a mere name. Li Yifeng laughed furiously. His spirits had lifted as if he had suddenly risen to heaven from hell. This development had made him much more excited than a person on a roller coaster ride. Is this all you've got? You're such a disappointment. A clear and cold voice came from afar. Then a boundless, imposing aura soared to the sky and smashed the endless clouds. Another great sage. Everyone was stunned. They had witnessed the appearance of two great sages in succession. The faces of the true martial universities, people exposed a look of excitement. And that was because this voice belonged to none other than Yi Shiwen, the same Yi Shiwen who had been blown away in one punch a moment ago. Yi Zaiwen's endless divinities surged about. They engulfed him and transformed into a golden storm. A human figure was faintly visible standing inside this storm. Suddenly, everyone had an illusion. They felt as if this figure wasn't that of a human. It seemed that it was an exceptional, ominous beast carrying a murderous aura. The bloody energy swept all across. Moreover, it seemed like a dreadful, ominous beast of the great sage realm. And the inexhaustible spirit energies were boiling inside Yi Zaiwen's body. They then combusted and integrated into his body. Shou Kuin had unexpectedly made the breakthrough into the great sage realm. This had forced Yi Shiwen to let go of the restriction and make the star Colossus avatar quickly break through into the great sage realm. 100 million primary spirit dawn had been burnt in order to put away the restriction. This price was unimaginable. Yi Shiwen looked at Shou Kuin with eyes full of killing intention. Dai Yufu *King Ant. Yi Shiwen rushed out. His body suddenly transformed into a golden light along with a loud bang inside the void. However, it was obviously just an afterimage. His real body had already smashed its way through the void and appeared in front of Shou Kuin. It must be said that the body of his star Colossus avatar was peerless. It could travel back and forth within the space. On top of that, Yi Shiwen had the stunning magical agility technique of the devil wings, and he had revealed his dreadful fighting prowess in its entirety at this moment. He raised his fist, and endless spirit energies instantly gathered on top of it. His fist then transformed into a big star and smashed down upon Shou Kuin. Bang! 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 Yi Zaiwen's fist pressure unceasingly pressed down. It seemed as if it would extinguish the world. All the defenses on Shou Kuin's body got destroyed layer by layer. His sage-level armor also couldn't resist. It broke down into pieces, and the fragments began to swirl about in the air. Bang! It took a lot of time to describe. However, everything had happened at light speed. Then Yi Zaiwen's fist struck Shou Kuin's chest. Its speed was incomparably fast. Shou Kuin didn't get the opportunity to react and was hit by that fist. Bang! Shou Kuin crashed onto the ground at the speed of a bullet. A several 100 feet wide and dozen feet deep crater was formed on the ground as a result. Shou Kuin couldn't help but spout a mouthful of blood. The scene turned silent after this. In fact, there was a pin-drop silence. Everyone was left dumbstruck after they saw the scene before their eyes. How could the outcome be like this? They couldn't have imagined that the outcome could be like this. Shou Kuin had gained the upper hand at first. He should have gone on a killing spree after making the breakthrough. However, the situation was reversed soon after that. Everyone felt as if they were having a roller coaster ride. It would rise to heaven one moment and would fall down to hell the next. People with weak hearts might have been scared to death. Everyone looked at Yi Shiwen in a manner that made it seem as if they were looking at a monster. After all, even great sage Shokuin had been wrecked by Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen seemed to have no ave, no limit. Yi Shiwen could always overpower Shokuin, no matter how much Shokuin promoted his strength. This Yi Shiwen is too powerful. He is fully equipped with crushing strength. Ah! Shokun's roar came from inside the pit and echoed in all directions. It shook the entire world. He had never suffered such a big humiliation. He hadn't even displayed his absolute strength when he had been overpowered by Yi Shiwen once again. Someone had crushed Shokuin in front of everyone without using any tricks. This person had done so depending solely upon tyrannical strength. It was very difficult for Shokuin to accept this. He had the biggest qualifications among these core disciples. He had already become famous like his peers Huang Wuji et al. However, he had been crushed by a trivial junior. This was a tight slap on his face. There was no way Yi Shiwen was going to give the opposite party a chance to respite. He stepped across a very long distance and attacked. Spirit energies present in the surroundings condensed into a big star and smashed down. The 10,000 Beasts villas people thought to rescue Shokuin. However, they couldn't catch up with Yi Zaiwen's speed. After all, this was a fight of the great sage level, so they didn't have any means to interfere in it. Suddenly, stunning rays of light emitted from inside the deep pit. Then, a crescent moon-shaped blade beam swept out. It rose whilst facing the wind and became 10,000 feet long in an instant. It ripped apart the void and swept down towards Yi Shiwen. Brother Yi, be careful. It's a great sage tool. Bai Jingwei instantly recognized this blade energy that carried terrifying power. However, he didn't need to remind Yi Shiwen, since Yi Shiwen had also recognized it. It was an incomplete great sage tool. The number of great sage tools was very less as compared to the number of great sages. Many great sages still use sage tools since they didn't have enough resources to refine a great sage tool for themselves. Countless people would go crazy if they came across just an incomplete great sage tool. Shokuin had only been in the half-step great sage realm until very recently. However, he still possessed an incomplete great sage tool. This fact was enough to prove how important he was for the 10,000 Beasts villa. Yi Shiwen had fought with Chao Yu. That man had possessed an incomplete great sage tool. So, he had a lingering fear of the great sage tool's might. Both of his opponents possessed a great sage tool. However, the might displayed by Chao Yu's great sage tool was entirely different from the might revealed by Shokun's great sage tool. After all, the latter was a great sage initial stage expert. It must be mentioned that a great sage tool was equal to a great sage level divine tool, and only great sages could display its true might. Therefore, this great sage long blade displayed incredible might in Shokun's hands. It was incomplete. However, it still possessed infinite might. Dai, I don't know how you have made the breakthrough. However, everything will end now. A crazed look flashed on Shokun's face. He didn't look calm and composed at this time. He was just thinking about killing this vile ant. After all, he wanted everyone to know the end of an ant who had dared to challenge a great dragon. However, Yi Shiwen was unfazed by this. A big hand stretched out. Then it soared to the sky and rushed towards that incredible blade energy in order to grab it. In fact, a look of disdain had flashed on Yi Zaiwen's face. He wouldn't have dared to grab that great sage tool like this if this were his real body. After all, he would have received a huge wound on his hand. However, the situation was different now. After all, this was the Star Colossus avatar. It couldn't display its entire strength since there was a need of endless primary spirit dawn to make it work. However, the toughness of its body had always been there, and it was enough to grab a great sage tool with bare hands. Bang! Yi Zaiwen's big hand and that stunning blade energy collided with each other. However, it didn't lead to the stunning explosion that everyone had anticipated. This was because Yi Zaiwen's incredible big hand had grabbed that blade's tip. So, only a muffled noise had sounded instead. Moreover, this sound was produced when he had grabbed and extinguished the blade energy. Is this what you had been relying upon? Die for me if it is so. Yi Shiwen grinned and exposed a mouthful of pure white teeth. His expression had become ice-cold. Then his figure ferociously moved and appeared inside the deep crater. To be continued. Chapter 618. Chapter 618. Slaughters everyone. Yi Shiwen had appeared very suddenly. However, Shou Kuin didn't remain idle either. He brandished his long blade, and it immediately produced blade beams. The space made a loud buzzing sound and trembled. This was a Tao sound. Every movement of a divine tool contains the presence of Tao principles once it arrives at great sage level, just like the experts of great sage level. Therefore, that vibration and the buzzing sound contain the traces of Tao. In fact, the experts of Hotian and Xiantian realms would have obtained big profits if they had seen it. Shou Kuin had tyrannical cultivation. He contained Tao on his person to such an extent that he might become the embodiment of Tao and transform his very body into Tao. Such dreadful halos displayed incredible might under the control of an unimaginable blade technique. This was Shou Kun's blade technique, which he had obtained himself. It was the technique of some ancient sect, and this blade technique had fallen into his hands after the decline of that sect. He had killed many enemies on several occasions depending solely upon this blade technique. However, this set of blade techniques was simply nothing in front of Yi Shiwen. It got instantly eradicated by him. Stars, chopping blade! Shou Kuin shouted. Then his entire real elemental energy condensed and swept out through the hilt of the blade. It carried an abundance of killing intention for Yi Shiwen. This great sage tool completely withstood Shou Kun's fighting prowess. An ordinary sage tool would have exploded if Shou Kuin had gone all out and poured out all his power. Therefore, even great sages couldn't display their entire power if they had mere sage tool in their hands. Only great sage tools could truly reveal the power of a great sage. Shou Kuin possessed a great sage tool at present, so his fighting prowess had gone up to 120%. However, Yi Shiwen was unfazed by this. He clenched his fist. The surroundings transformed into a boundless starry sky and clashed down with the incoming blade attack. Bang! The dreadful collision set off a boundless storm. A feeble cracking sound was heard. It wasn't remarkable in the sound of the violent explosion. However, everyone had still heard it quite clearly. Everyone was left dumbstruck when they saw that the great sage long blade had cracked under the explosion. This is a great sage tool, and someone has grabbed it with bare hands. Moreover, this long blade has been shattered. What is his body made up of that he is so powerful? Especially those people of the true martial university were left dumbstruck. They had also inquired about Yi Shiwen. So they knew that Yi Shiwen ought to have cultivated a very powerful body technique. However, they hadn't anticipated that he would shatter that great sage level-long blade with bare hands. This was the result of cultivating a top-tier body technique. Shou Kuin just felt a very large power reverberating. He felt as if a stunning giant power had poured into his hand whilst traveling through the long blade like a powerful spiral. In fact, the web between his thumb and forefinger had been ruptured by the vigorous impact. He had almost dropped his blade. He simply couldn't hold it anymore. One must know that this great sage long blade wasn't just tough. It could also dissolve the majority of power of an attack. However, his palm had still been ruptured, so one could well imagine how massive this power must have been. He almost spouted blood fiercely. As the situation stood now, he didn't have an extremely high or lofty enthusiasm like earlier. He had lived for 1,000 years. So, It was obvious that not every opponent that he had encountered had been weaker than him. However, he was still alive and kicking while all of his opponents were dead. Moreover, he had now become a very famous person too. What had kept him alive all this time? It was naturally his wariness. He didn't forge ahead blindly, and he knew when he must retreat. However, he had big grievances in his heart now. He had never been bullied by a junior like this. Moreover, he had never suffered such a big defeat either. However, he didn't have any choice but to retreat now. After all, he could still look for an opportunity to attack and kill Yi Shiwen in the future if he retreated right now. He would have a fair chance to attack and kill Yi Shiwen as long as he escaped. His accumulation was very profound. Therefore, his cultivation would once again rise sharply within a short time as long as he got enough time. Great Sage Initial Stage wasn't a match for Yi Shiwen. But what about Great Sage Intermediate Stage or Great Sage Late Stage? It would be Yi Zaiwen's time of death when Shou Kun's cultivation would rise again. Shou Kun could eventually attack and kill Yi Shiwen if he escaped now. What would Yi Shiwen do at that time, even if he possessed formidable strength? Moreover, Shou Kun understood that Yi Zaiwen's great strength obviously wasn't his own. It seemed that Yi Shiwen had paid a high price for making a breakthrough into the Great Sage realm. Moreover, he didn't believe that Yi Shiwen could produce Great Sage-level fighting prowess whenever he wanted. It would be impossible for Yi Shiwen to reveal such strength next time. Therefore, it'll be his time of death when I fight him again. Shou Kun's entire real elemental energy exploded. His figure was about to fly out of the crater. He had realized that he would be able to kill Yi Shiwen the next time as long as he retreated now. However, couldn't Yi Shiwen have realized this as well? Yi Shiwen sneered. He knew that he would be in big trouble if he allowed Shou Kun to get away. Yi Shiwen believed that killing Li Yifeng would be as simple as trampling an ant if he let him escape this time, and fought with him later instead. However, Shou Kun was different. His almost 1,000 years of accumulation had made his martial power profound to a dreadful extent. He had deliberately suppressed his martial power in the past since he didn't wish to make a breakthrough into the Great Sage realm. Otherwise, he could make successive breakthroughs within a short time as long as he was willing, and Yi Shiwen wouldn't be able to suppress him if that happened. In fact, he might have to make Ling Fei go into action in that case, and Yi Shiwen didn't want that to happen. You want to escape? I won't let you leave this place today. Yi Shiwen sneered. Countless starlights erupted from his palm. They then weaved a huge net of starlight and swept towards Shou Kun to shroud him. It was the 1,000 Stars Tyrant Palm. Yi Zaiwen's grasp of the 1,000 Stars Tyrant Palm wasn't a bit inferior to his understanding of the fire clouds falling sky hand. It could be said that any martial technique wasn't an issue for him as long as he had enough spirit energies. Shou Kun struggled to break free. He wanted to escape from that huge star net. However, Yi Zaiwen's movement was very fast. He obviously wasn't going to let him do so. Consequently, Shou Kun immediately got shrouded by that net. This day will be your death anniversary next year. Yi Zaiwen's martial power erupted in its entirety, and that huge star net started getting tighter and tighter as a result. Consequently, Shou Kun got completely shrouded by it soon after. Bang! 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 That huge star net became tighter. Violent explosions occurred unceasingly on Shou Kun's body whenever the starlights of that huge star net touched it. Blood splashed out, and he screamed unceasingly. However, it was useless to struggle. After all, he couldn't set himself free from that net no matter how much he tried. Damn it! How is this possible? Li Yifeng had been defeated by Bai Jingwei by now. He was a legendary expert. However, Bai Jingwei had accumulated immense anger, and had vented that anger at this time. Li Yifeng's strength was slightly weaker than that of Bai Jingwei. However, the disparity seemed greater at this time. Li Yifeng became scared to death when he saw Shou Kuan screaming endlessly. The great sage Shou Kuan, whom he considered as his biggest support, was now screaming and struggling like a trapped beast. Therefore, Li Yifeng had become scared to death when he had seen this scene. The 10,000 Beasts Villa withdraws from the competition this time, Yi Shiwen coldly said. Then a palm suddenly smashed down. Shou Kuan, who had been screaming endlessly, was struck by this palm and transformed into blood fog. He hadn't had any power to protect himself. This blood fog had covered the entire sky. However, it soon got absorbed by Yimo. That great sage Longblade also got absorbed along with the blood fog. Ha ha ha! Yi Shiwen, it's great. Absorbing the blood essence of this great sage has led to a new beginning. I'm about to make a breakthrough and become a great sage tool myself. Yi Mo shouted in excitement. He had been waiting for this day since a very long time. However, this situation would be completely different if he could get the support of an intact great sage tool. Yi Shiwen had already caught a great sage tool twice with bare hands. His body was tough enough. However, he had been in a difficult situation the last time he had dealt with a great sage tool. So, it would save him a lot of trouble if he also had a great sage tool. After all, blood had splashed out from his hand when he had grabbed the demon-inscribed tablet. However, he hadn't had any other way at that time, so he had been forced to withstand it with clenched teeth back then. Yi Mo submerged into the depths of the heavenly source mirror as soon as he was done talking. He then began the closed-door training to make a breakthrough and become a great sage tool. Only Yi Mo was like this among all the divine tools that Yi Shiwen had seen so far. He had never heard of any other divine tool evolving through such a method. Let's go quickly. This man is extremely ferocious. We must escape quickly. Otherwise, I'm afraid that all of us will die here. Some people's courage suddenly crumbled when they saw that Shou Kuan had died in Yi Zaiwen's hands. So, they quickly turned around to escape. Let's escape quickly. Wait until we gather even more tyrannical experts. Then, we'll come back and kill this monster. Run quickly. The disciples of the 10,000 Beasts Villa and the Xian Yuan Palace Hall finally panicked. Each of them was powerful enough to take charge of a region. The situations in which they would be perturbed had been quite rare up until now. However, they couldn't keep calm when they saw that Shou Kuan had been killed on the spot. They were extremely close to death at this time. In fact, they might die at any time. True Martial University, you are a sworn enemy of our Xian Yuan Palace, as well as the 10,000 Beasts Villa from now on. These disciples of the 10,000 Beasts Villa and the Xian Yuan Palace Hall wanted to escape. However, how could Bai Jingwei and the others allow them to do so? Bai Jingwei and the others simply didn't care about these empty threats. Li Yifeng shouted and let out a sonic boom. The entire horizon trembled under the terrifying fluctuations. He set himself free from Bai Jingwei's grip in one fell swoop, turned around and began to escape. However, a big hand suddenly appeared in the sky. It then smashed down towards him and grabbed him. Bang! Li Yifeng didn't have the power to defend himself, so he got crushed on the spot. Shou Kuan and Li Yifeng had been killed by Yi Shiwen. The rest of the people wanted to escape. However, they couldn't escape from the encirclement of Yi Shiwen and the others. Soon, all of them got slaughtered one by one. Everyone. Yi Shiwen descended from the sky. He had quietly switched the body of the Star Colossus avatar with his real body and returned to the sage Great Perfection realm. These people have been executed. So, I would like to bid farewell. He had burnt more than 400 million primary spirit dawn in killing Shou Kuan. However, he had also obtained many benefits. After all, Yimo would soon make a breakthrough and become a great sage tool. Basically, it wasn't a deal of loss as far as he was concerned. To be continued. Chapter 619. Chapter 619. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. He must hide now. He must try to find a place where he could digest this time's gains. Moreover, this time's matter had been a wake-up call for him. He had realized that there was still a huge disparity between him and the top-tier experts. He obviously couldn't deal with those great sages. However, he didn't even have a way to deal with the experts of the late stage of half-step great sage realm. After all, he couldn't summon the Star Colossus avatar every time. He needed 100 million primary spirit dawn just to promote his fighting prowess to the late stage of half-step great sage realm. So he could forget about promoting it to the great sage realm. Yi Shiwen possessed far more wealth than an ordinary great sage. However, he couldn't spend it so crazily. Therefore, it would be better to promote his own strength instead of relying upon the Star Colossus avatar to replace him every time. How much wealth would he be able to save in that case? Becoming top tier meant that he would need to reach the most peak condition of the sage realm. Thereafter, he could touch the edge of the great sage realm. Brother Yi, please do as you please. Bai Jingwei cupped his hands in obeisance and said, he didn't dare to stop Yi Shiwen from leaving. He had also seen that Yi Shiwen had suddenly revealed the fighting prowess of the great sage realm. However, it had happened because of a different method, so he couldn't interpret it clearly. The disparity between the great sage realm and the sage realm was as massive as the separation between heaven and earth. It was impossible for sage-level experts to cross this gap even if they believed they could. Therefore, it was unlikely that they would look down upon Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen and Ling Fei stepped across the space and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Ha! Yi Shiwen, that was too exciting. Yi Shiwen wasn't feeling anything. However, Ling Fei was quite excited. She was hopping beside him in excitement. It seemed that she had never encountered such an exciting matter in her entire life. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but laugh. Ling Fei looks like an innocent young girl. She can feel happy for a long time just by watching a fight between two groups of ants. Ling Fei's martial arts accomplishments had already become profound to an unfathomable extent. However, she hadn't matured. Fortunately, she belonged to the fallen angel race, and this race had been blessed by the heavens. Otherwise, it would be enough to make countless heroes spout a mouthful of blood if a person with such mind cultivated to this extent in the human race. Those experts would get depressed to death. All the people of the true martial university let out a sigh of relief when they saw that both of the individuals had gone far away. They had initially suspected that Yi Shiwen might have leaked the secret. However, they had realized that their suspicion had been ridiculous. After all, would Yi Shiwen have put his life on stake if he had leaked the secret? In fact, these people had become increasingly stunned with every new method that Yi Shiwen had used. Is he even human? Such a ferocious man has already appeared in the younger generation. A disciple of True Martial University said in disbelief. Yi Zaiwen's reputation had naturally spread far and wide in the True Martial University, but that reputation was only as a newcomer. However, he had become so outstanding when not even 100 years had passed. So, how could these pompous senior elites endure this? It's lucky that such a man is in my True Martial University. Bai Jingwei let out a smile from the corner of his mouth and said, he was delighted after having killed all the people of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall and the 10,000 Beasts Villa. He was loyal and devoted to the True Martial University. Therefore, he would be glad if more such talents appeared in the university. He was a bit moved since the older generation was being replaced by the new generation. However, he wasn't jealous in any way. Yeah, we've escaped a calamity after being trapped, someone said gladly. An unexpected accident had occurred while setting up an ambush to kill Shokuin, and all of them might have been killed if Yi Shiwen didn't have such formidable strength. No one would have survived. The tragic fate of the people from the Xian Yuan Palace Hall and the 10,000 Beasts Villa would have been theirs instead. Sorry, we're late. Suddenly, a man's voice came from afar. His voice surged about, and arrived just like the sound of thunder. It wasn't very loud. However, it had still dug into the bottom of everyone's heart. Everyone promptly looked up. A team of dozens of people had broken the void and arrived in the sky whilst treading flying lights. They were headed by an old man who seemed to be in his 30s. He had sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes. He looked extremely ice-cold. He was dressed in a black robe. The rest of the people behind him were also dressed in similar clothes. Moreover, every one of them was an elite expert. All of them were in the late stage of the half-step Great Sage realm. People with such strength could be considered as elites. In fact, this team was comparable to the combined lineup of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall and the 10,000 Beasts Villa. This was a team of the True Martial University's Law Enforcement Hall. The Law Enforcement Hall was an organization that used to manage law. So, they had the strength and skill to suppress outstanding heroes. They used to handle all the untamed geniuses of the university. These were the people who were most likely to provoke matters. After all, could an ordinary person have so much courage? The leader of this team was a member of the Heavenly Punishment faction. This faction was the most elite group of the Law Enforcement Hall. His name was Fan Yicheng. "Sorry, Brother Bai, we've arrived late," Fan Yicheng coldly said. He shot a glance on the surroundings. He could tell that it was in a complete mess. A war had obviously taken place at this place. The space that had broken down far away in the sky hadn't automatically restored yet. So, it was clear that the fight had ended recently. The ground was dyed in blood, and corpses were lying everywhere. So, it must have been a bitter fight. However, it seems that we didn't need to come. You've already settled everything on your own. A rare smile appeared on Fan Yicheng's face as he saw the ground littered with corpses. He was a member of the Law Enforcement Hall. So, it was impossible for him to not get affected by the scene. The people of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall and the 10,000 Beasts Villa were rebels and traitors in his eyes. Therefore, all of them needed to die. It was just that he was a bit surprised. Bai Jing Wei's strength wasn't weak. However, those people on the enemy's side had also been elites. So, how had they gotten killed in abundance? Moreover, the True Martial University's team looked in good condition. They didn't seem to have suffered a huge damage. Bai Jing Wei saw Fan Yicheng's expression and quickly understood what he was thinking. So he forced a smile and explained everything to him. Yi Shiwen. Fan Yicheng's complexion turned serious. He wouldn't have had any problem if it had been someone else. However, this man was unfortunately Yi Shiwen. Fan Yicheng didn't have a good impression of Yi Shiwen. In fact, the people of the Law Enforcement Hall had encouraged him to lead their team in this Devil World competition and kill Yi Shiwen. He hadn't taken this matter seriously back then. After all, it was impossible for Yi Shiwen to contend against him no matter how strong he was. Yi Shiwen had to put so much effort in fighting with Chao Yu. So, Yi Shiwen obviously couldn't be compared with him. Fan Yicheng was a member of the Heavenly Punishment faction. He had never participated in such competitions since he believed that such competitions weren't that important. So he wasn't interested in it. The members of the Heavenly Punishment faction used to temper themselves through life or death struggles on ordinary days. Their strength was far more above what ordinary people could imagine. Fan Yicheng was of Bai Jing Wei's age. However, his strength was above that of Shou Kun. In fact, he was about to enter the Great Sage realm. However, his aim was similar to that of Shou Kun. He didn't want to slow down after having entered the Great Sage realm. He wanted to lay a good foundation in the half-step Great Sage realm so that he could make the breakthrough into an extremely profound realm of the Great Sage realm in one fell swoop when the time would come. He had been very confident that he could kill Shou Kun after participating in Bai Jing Wei's ambush plan. In fact, he looked down on Shou Kun. It was difficult to deal with Shou Kun. However, he could kill Shou Kun in one thunderous strike if he went all out. After all, Shou Kun was ranked 6th on the merit list, whereas he was on the second spot. It could be said that the true Marshall University had declined over the years. However, its background had become incredibly profound because of dominating the southern region for a long interval of time. The true Marshall University would have a place in the top 10 positions in every Devil World competition. 2 individuals from the true Marshall University were in the top 10 this year. So, it could be said that it was a very strong year for the university. Fan Yi-chung hadn't expected that this matter would leak out. Therefore, he had rushed over here as soon as he had obtained the news. However, he had found that the people of 10,000 Beast Villa and Xianyuan Palace Hall had already been executed once he got here. Moreover, he had soon found out that they had been killed by Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen had repeatedly opposed the law enforcement hall. However, Fan Yi-chung had heard about him only recently. Yi Shiwen had killed very low-level disciples of the law enforcement hall in the beginning. Such people used to die every day in the law enforcement hall, so it hadn't been a big deal. But then he had finally grabbed the attention of the Heavenly Punishment Faction's elites after he had defeated Chao Yu. However, the disparity between Chao Yu and Shokuin was similar to the difference between heaven and earth. They couldn't be compared. After all, it would have been difficult even for Fan Yi-chung to deal with Shokuin if he had come across him. But Shokuin had been killed by Yi Shiwen now. Especially those experts of the law enforcement hall behind Fan Yi-chung had thought that it was just a made-up story. In fact, they wouldn't have believed it if Bai Jingwei and the other strong experts hadn't testified. Fan Yi-chung's complexion had turned solemn. However, it wasn't clear what he was thinking. The news of the slaughtering of the disciples of the 10,000 Beasts Villa and the Xianyuan Palace Hall spread to all teams of experts, and it suddenly caused a huge sensation as if a stone had stirred up the waves. It wasn't a secret that Shokuin had malicious intentions towards the true Marshall University. In fact, an old expert like Shokuin was one of the individuals who used to get maximum attention of the people in every Devil World competition. He could also be weighed among the powerhouses. It was no news that he had repeatedly targeted the true Marshall University. The 10,000 Beasts Villa wasn't only an arch enemy of the true Marshall University. It was also their main target. Similarly, true Marshall University was the target of the 10,000 Beasts Villa. True Marshall University's people hated Shokuin. However, they had no way to deal with him because of his tyrannical strength. Moreover, he rarely used to fight with people. For example, Bai Jiansong had sent a war challenge to Shokuin, and Bai Jiansong had been very successful the previous year. However, Shokuin hadn't accepted the challenge. Therefore, several people would show contempt for his attitude. However, they didn't doubt his strength. After all, he had been ranked 6th on the merit list. So, no one could dare to look down upon him. However, Shokuin had died now. So, the rankings had automatically shifted up by 1 place after his name had been wiped out from the merit list. Many people would have refused to believe it if this were to be just hearsay. However, it had to be real since his name had been wiped out from the merit list. It had caused a huge sensation for a moment. Then, another piece of news spread soon after that. Li Yifeng had also died at the same time. This was extremely shocking news. Li Yifeng's ranking wasn't better than that of Shokuin. However, he was also ranked among the top 20 big personalities. He possessed incredible strength. However, he had also died at the same time. The entire matter gradually unfolded in front of everyone as this news spread out more and more. To be continued. Chapter 620. Bai Jingwei had initially been ranked 9th on the merit list, but he had moved to the 8th rank now. He had planned to kill Shokuin. However, who would have imagined that Shokuin would find out about his plan and launch a surprise attack on them in advance along with experts of the Xianyuan Palace Hall? Shokuin had come close to killing several experts of the true Marshall University, and they had almost suffered a crushing defeat. However, someone had moved into action right then. It was Yi Shiwen. He had thoroughly defeated Shou Kuan with a powerful attack. Then he had taken advantage of the situation and killed Li Yifeng as well. He had killed 2 senior experts who had been ranked among the top 20 personalities. This method was extremely world-shaking. In fact, another rumor said that Shou Kuan had made the breakthrough into the Great Sage realm on the spot. However, he had still been killed by Yi Shiwen. However, nobody believed this rumor. After all, Yi Shiwen was an insignificant expert of the Sage Great Perfection realm. Many people believed that he was just a nonentity. He wasn't even worth mentioning. He was an expert of the Sage Great Perfection realm, but he had defeated an expert of the late stage of half-step Great Sage realm. It was already equal to snatching good luck from the heavens. Was it that easy to cross the barrier between the Great Sage realm and the Sage realm? This barrier was as big as the separation between heaven and earth for many people. These experts who had participated in this Devil World competition were well-known figures among the core disciples. However, they still lacked strength while facing the threshold of the Great Sage realm. Moreover, they had never heard about any secret method that could suddenly promote a person's cultivation from the Sage realm to the Great Sage realm. Therefore, this rumor was only considered as ridiculous, and it quickly got overshadowed by many of the other rumors. As per the rumors, Yi Shiwen had used some secret method as well as great divine power and killed 2 senior experts who were ranked among the top 20 experts on the merit list. Many people felt that he had used some secret method. However, it was still extremely shocking and incredible. Yi Shiwen's ranking on the merit list showed that thousands of experts were still above him. Consequently, Yi Shiwen had suddenly become famous as a young hero, even though he had been an unknown entity before. However, many voices of doubt had emerged against Yi Shiwen when his fame rose all of a sudden. He's just a lucky boy who uses cheap tricks. He has certainly obtained this cheap advantage because of joining hands with Bai Jingwei, someone who didn't believe the rumors said. Several people believed this statement. In fact, much more people believed this statement as compared to the rumor that said that Yi Shiwen had killed Shou Kuan and Li Yifeng after he had increased his martial power enormously using a secret method. After all, this statement seemed much more reasonable than that rumor. Why did he have to be so rampant? The people of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall and the 10,000 Beasts Villa will certainly get offended. He'll have to face the encirclement and pursuit of these experts when the time comes. Then, it'll be a dead end for him. He may have some secret method for increasing his martial power, but he can't use it again and again. After all, such methods always have huge repercussions. Someone said somewhat disdainfully. He looked down on Yi Shiwen even more after he came to know that Yi Shiwen had used some secret method. Such secret methods possessed outstanding might. However, they often had irreversible repercussions, and the more powerful a secret method was, the more severe its repercussions would be. Yi Shiwen had killed Shou Kuan with the strength of the Sage Great Perfection realm, so one could well imagine how powerful this secret method must have been. However, more powerful also meant that it would have more serious side effects. Consequently, it wouldn't be that easy to survive while facing the encirclement and pursuit of the Xian Yuan Palace Hall and the 10,000 Beasts Villa. Moreover, a thought arose in the minds of many people who had heard this. A nonentity of the Sage Great Perfection realm had killed Shou Kuan, the same Shou Kuan who had been a peerless expert in the half-step Great Sage realm. So, this secret method must be extremely ferocious. Therefore, it would have a very big side effect. However, countless people still wanted to obtain it. They wanted to obtain it for the moment when they would need it. It may have big side effects, but would those side effects be so serious that they would lead to death? The chances of a person's survival who has such a secret technique to protect himself would rise enormously in this devil world. These people wanted to find Yi Shiwen for various purposes. They wanted to steal his martial techniques secrets methods, and so on. The Xian Yuan Palace Hall and the 10,000 Beasts Villa had lost many experts. On top of that, they had suffered great humiliation, and their vitality had sustained a huge injury. Therefore, they weren't ready to let go this matter. They vowed to hunt down and kill Yi Shiwen. Yi Zaiwen's heinous act has made us very angry. He is a sworn enemy of my Xian Yuan Palace Hall and the 10,000 Beasts Villa from today. Anyone who gives us his information will get a reward of 10 million primary spirit dawn, and whoever kills him will get 500 million primary spirit dawn. This news set off a storm as soon as it came out. There was no doubt that even a great sage expert would willingly try to find Yi Shiwen for these many primary spirit dawn. However, they obviously wouldn't go to find him personally. It would be those big forces behind them that would set out after they got some clues. 500 million primary spirit dawn was a huge amount. However, it was nothing for colossuses like the Xian Yuan Palace Hall and the 10,000 Beasts Villa. Both Li Yifeng and Shou Kuan were top geniuses who had been nurtured by them with the utmost care. And both of them had unexpectedly died at Yi Zaiwen's hands now. So, how could they be willing to leave this matter? Suddenly, Yi Shiwen was in the limelight, and everyone's focus was fixed on him regardless of the purpose they had in mind. Especially, the reward issued by the Xian Yuan Palace Hall and the 10,000 Beasts Villa had made countless people restless, and many outstanding talents who were believed to have peerless martial arts accomplishments left to look for Yi Shiwen in quick succession. After all, they wanted to obtain these rewards. It could be reckoned that the person who'd kill Yi Shiwen would reach heaven in a single bound. One could directly reach the great sage realm depending upon the consumption of primary spirit dawn if they had 500 million primary spirit dawn in their hands. Many people were confident that they could finish this mission. After all of them were outstanding talents. The true martial university hadn't made any noise at first, but it finally moved into action at this time. Bai Jingwei and few other leaders of the true martial university issued a joint statement. Whoever dares to help the Xian Yuan Palace Hall and the 10,000 Beasts Villa better be prepared to be hunted down by the true martial university. Yi Shiwen is under the protection of the true martial university. So, whoever tries to cause trouble for him will provoke the wrath of the entire true martial university. The true martial university had declined. It couldn't be compared with the true martial university of the old. However, it had declined only in comparison to its status of those days. It was still a colossus as far as the other forces were concerned. Therefore, this statement had immediately deterred the people who had been ready to cause trouble. The amount of primary spirit dawn was huge indeed. However, they'd need to be alive in order to make use of those primary spirit dawn. The true martial university's intervention had made this extremely chaotic matter even more confusing. In fact, it was equivalent to having an acrimonious falling out with the 10,000 Beasts Villa and the Xian Yuan Palace Hall. The 10,000 Beasts Villa and the Xian Yuan Palace Hall had suffered heavy losses. So, they had been the victims in everyone's opinion initially. Therefore, many people had believed that it would be worthwhile to use an unknown boy like Yi Shiwen for quelling the rage of these two big forces. However, this matter had taken the shape of a confrontation between two forces now. And this was a huge deal. The loss of one or two individuals usually couldn't sway the foundation between two forces. After all, making compromises with each other was of utmost importance. However, it was said that a violent quarrel had broken out between the leaders of the true martial university on the issue of whether they should protect Yi Shiwen from death or not. Some people believed that they would be treating Yi Shiwen fairly as long as they weren't causing trouble for other forces for his sake. After all, Yi Zaiwen's life was still insignificant in comparison to the entire true martial university. However, Bai Jingwei stood his ground against the opinions of the masses. He eventually facilitated the resolution that he would protect Yi Shiwen from death. The true martial university had several huge conflicts with the Xian Yuan Palace Hall and the 10,000 Beasts Villa after this resolution was made, and both sides suffered casualties as a result. The desolate areas of the entire devil world suddenly exploded and began to boil like a pot. Everyone's attention was fixed on this matter. It must be said that Yi Shiwen should have been one of the leaders in all this. However, he had suddenly disappeared instead. Everyone was endlessly arguing for his matter, but he had disappeared without a trace. In fact, it seemed as if he had never existed in this world. Some people said that he was a coward and was hiding somewhere. However, he didn't appear no matter what people said. Inside the boundless devil beast mountain range, endless devil energy was surging towards a place, whilst taking the shape of a huge funnel. It seemed as if a monster was sucking in all the devil energy from the environment. It had created a big spectacle. However, many devil beasts didn't dare to approach that place. After all, devil beasts weren't like humans. They could only hide far away on coming across such a powerful being. Inside the mountain range, Ling Fei was pacing back and forth outside a cave. She appeared somewhat impatient. She would peek inside the cave from time to time whilst complaining, "So boring! Die Yi Shiwen! Stinky Yi Shiwen! He had even said that he would take me to the human world. But he has deceived me. Elder brother hasn't cheated you. He just has to deal with some matters in the devil world first." Xiao Ya's crisp voice came from the other side. Her delicate and small face was filled with a serious look. "Well, you always take his side. This is very boring." Ling Fei pouted her small mouth whilst being dissatisfied. She would usually have a comeback to anything. However, she would feel defeated whenever she would see Xiao Ya's face. Ling Fei would sometimes seem like an unreasonable person who liked to create a scene. Well, only sometimes. That's all. However, she felt helpless while facing Xiaoya. After all, Xiaoya would only recognize whatever Yi Shiwen would say as right. Ling Fei couldn't say what she wanted to when she looked at Xiao Ya's serious appearance. However, she also knew that Yi Shiwen was still in the Devil World competition, and that she could follow him once the Devil World competition ended. She became excited as she thought of this, since she had gotten bored of watching the same Devil World again and again. In fact, she had already thought to go and take a look at the human world, since it was like a world filled with life and beauty in the fables. Moreover, she had found that it would be much more exciting than all her past experiences, since she would often come across people who were looking for trouble. And she had found this after she had followed Yi Shiwen for these last few months. The battle between Yi Shiwen and the troublemakers wouldn't look impressive to her. However, she would still watch it with great interest. After all, who would dare to attack her in her clan? She was immersed in her imagination. Meanwhile, the devil energy in the surroundings began to enter the cave at a great speed and formed a huge cyclone. Bang! Suddenly, a boundless, majestic aura emerged out throughout the mountain range. Then, the devil energy and the principles in the surroundings began to crazily twist and squeeze under this imposing aura. A long time passed. Then, this imposing aura finally disappeared without a trace, and a cyan figure came out from it. Yi Zaiwen's face exposed a smile after he saw the two individuals who were standing guard at the entrance. He had finally succeeded after several months of closed-door training. He had finally made the breakthrough into Sage Accomplished Realm. He had finally accomplished the cultivation of Sage Realm. To be continued. Chapter 6:21. He had consumed 300 million primary spirit dawn in the last few months of closed-door training. However, he had no regrets. After all, his fighting prowess had once again taken a huge leap after he had made the breakthrough into the Sage Accomplished Realm. This was the most accomplished stage one could reach during the cultivation in the entire Sage Realm. Consequently, his entire person had transformed now. Sage Realm was the realm in which the transformation of body would take place. So one's body would have transformed completely after they had cultivated to the sage, accomplished realm. It would become a perfect body. In fact, it would be the most perfect body which had transformed under the effect of the entire world's power. The ultimate goal of martial cultivators was to become immortals like gods. And what is God? God is majestic. God is invincible. God is perfect. God is supreme. In short, all the praises of the entire world can be used for God. God's body is perfect and formidable. The body of a martial cultivator who had come out of sage realm might not be extremely tyrannical, especially in comparison to the bodies of great sages and the almighties beyond them. However, it would still be considered perfect. Yi Zaiwen's current appearance could only be considered as delicate and slim. It wasn't outstanding. However, his three foundations, soul, vitality, and body, had completely transformed and were radiating health and vigor. Yi Shiwen had made the breakthrough into the sage, accomplished realm. So he was confident that he could explode an ordinary expert of the late stage of half-step great sage realm in one punch. He could even defeat a common heavens pride expert with ease. However, he knew that he still hadn't reached the pinnacle. This was because he knew that he might still not be a match for people like Shou Kuan and Bai Jingwei. After all, these people were the heavens pride experts among the heavens pride level experts. They had tyrannical strength and profound accumulation. So, Yi Shiwen was still slightly inferior to them. However, he would be able to defeat people like Shou Kuan depending solely upon his own strength if he was given some time to stabilize in this realm. Therefore, it could be said that Yi Zaiwen's current strength had made him qualified to walk unhindered among the core disciples. Only the true disciples were above him now. Those true disciples were very few. However, each of them was far more tyrannical than an ordinary heavens pride expert. Moreover, they had the hope of making a breakthrough to the level of Supreme Lord in the future. On the other hand, Yi Shiwen had no hopes of reaching that stage at present. Yi Shiwen, you finally come out. These last few months have been extremely boring. Ling Fei complained to Yi Shiwen. She had nearly gotten bored to death in these last few months when Yi Shiwen had been in closed-door training. In fact, she might have gone insane if Xiaoye hadn't said a few things to her from time to time. These frequent closed-door trainings were very hard to endure in her opinion. After all, she had smoothly cultivated beyond Yi Zaiwen's cultivation. She had smoothly made the breakthroughs, step by step. Therefore, closed-door trainings and whatnot weren't practical concepts in her opinion. Yi Shiwen grinned in response. A few months had passed. However, he didn't feel that too much time had passed. And that's because this was the easiest closed-door training that he had ever had. And it was only because a great sage-level expert like Ling Fei had been keeping watch outside. Therefore, this experience had been much smoother for him than any other thing. The last few months had passed in an instant. However, many world-shaking matters had taken place in this period. Yi Shiwen hadn't been present outside. However, he had been keeping an eye, especially on the people who had been stirring up trouble outside. Therefore, he knew that many people had been planning to take his head in order to obtain that reward of 500 million primary spirit dawn. Yi Shiwen sneered. Some people are thinking about using me for making profit? Let them come and try. Let's see how many reckless people will come to die. The true Martial University had issued the statement that they would protect Yi Shiwen. In fact, they had said that death would be lingering upon the person who'd dare to go after him. Whoever would dare to make a move would be exterminated. Yi Shiwen wasn't a kind-hearted person to being with, but he would be even worse to the errant people who'd make a conspiracy against him. Who's there? Ling Fei looked to the other side. She looked at a distant place as she shouted. Her shout transformed into sonic arrows, smashed the void with lightning speed, and swept towards that figure. That figure broke through the vast sky while avoiding the sonic arrows. He had used a mysterious agility skill, and had instantly arrived in front of Yi Shiwen to kill him. He then slashed out a sword light, and it instantly reached to Yi Zaiwen's forehead like a flying fairy. It had seemed as if a sword had pierced through the sky and landed in front of Yi Shiwen. Yi Zaiwen's face exposed a stunned look. However, his hand's movement didn't become disordered. This was the biggest difference between him and Ling Fei. After all, Long Fei had grown up in a favorable environment. However, Yi Shiwen was different in this regard. In fact, it wasn't clear how many times he had experienced life and death battles in his entire life. So he was accustomed to being calm and composed even in the most dangerous situations. That's because he knew that getting nervous was pointless. Only being calm and composed was right. The swordlight's speed was extremely fast. In fact, it ripped apart a huge black rift in the space as if it were a painting as it rushed towards Yi Shiwen. Its target was clear. Its speed was fast. However, Yi Zaiwen's speed was even faster. A big hand suddenly stretched out. The swordlight was about to strike Yi Zaiwen's forehead, but the big hand suddenly transformed into boundless golden lights and grabbed that swordlight. Bang! Every bit of swordlight that came in contact with the golden lights broke down and transformed into fine dust. It couldn't pose any fatal threat to Yi Shiwen. Humph! Yi Shiwen coldly snorted. Then a big hand stretched out. It passed through the horizon, and the surrounding space immediately got locked by him. This was a kind of magical power of a great sage. His fighting prowess had already far surpassed Sage Realm, and had reached to this point. He couldn't lock the space as easily as Ling Fei had done earlier. However, he had also done it to a certain extent. A figure appeared in the sky as expected. It couldn't remain hidden anymore. It was a slightly petite figure. It was a normal-looking man. His entire body was dark, and his face seemed to be covered with thick fog. His face wasn't clearly visible. His figure was entirely different from the tall and sturdy figure of a common devil. Yi Shiwen, be careful. He's a member of the hidden devil clan. Yi Mo promptly reminded. Yi Zaiwen's expression suddenly turned cold. After all, this man was a member of the hidden devil clan. This clan was one of the 8 big devil clans. The Fallen Angel clan could said to be the most mysterious and noble clan among the 8 major devil clans. But the hidden devil clan was extremely strange on the other hand. In fact, it was famous as a clan of assassins in the devil world. They were born with the ability to assassinate. In fact, all the abilities that they were born with were suited for assassination. It could be said that a sage-level expert from this clan could assassinate even a great sage by catching them off guard. Great sages had dreadful strength and divine sense, so they would easily find out if an ordinary person approached them, even if they hadn't been paying full attention to the situation around them. So one could well imagine how outstanding the stealth skill of the hidden devil clan was. Yi Shiwen hadn't sensed him. It would have taken him some time to discover the assassin if Ling Fei hadn't found and exposed him first. These experts of the hidden devil clan were masters in the art of assassination, but this didn't mean that they weren't ferocious in fighting head-on. However, many people would often forget their dreadful strength. How could they kill a great sage depending upon the strength of Sage Realm if they didn't have enough attacking strength? A great sage may be standing motionless and not paying attention to anything around them. However, it must be noted that the great sage's body would still be extremely tyrannical. In fact, a great sage could explode an entire mountain range with a flick of a finger. Yi Zaiwen's expression had turned solemn. Provoking these natural assassins was very troublesome. Even Yi Mo had very rarely talked about them in his introductions in the past. They were very troublesome because one could face these assassins of the hidden devil clan anytime and anywhere. The hidden devil clan would kill the opposite party without any hesitation, anytime, anywhere, and in any situation. They would have no scruples whatsoever. Moreover, they weren't scared to run into a dreadful target. Instead, the thing that they would be most scared about was meeting a shameless person who didn't care about using any method. This was also the reason why Shokuin had earned a bad reputation despite having tyrannical strength. He could have obviously advanced to the Great Sage realm. However, he hadn't done so. Instead, he had planned to bully the younger generation. Such reputation wasn't good. Who are you? And why are you looking for me? Yi Shiwen looked at the opposite party with his profound gaze and coldly asked. Yi Shiwen had clearly understood that he was this enemy's target. After all, the recent attack had made it evident that this assassin hadn't run into him by accident. He had initially thought that this expert of the Hidden Devil clan might have accidentally run into him. After all, this was a blood and flesh mill-like battlefield of humans and devils where both parties were slaughtering each other. Both parties would go all out in order to kill the enemy if they came across each other. There was nothing to say in this regard. However, Yi Zaiwen's and Ling Fei's situation was obviously a bit special. That youth of the Hidden Devil clan replied in a humming voice, "You're Yi Shiwen, right? I've heard that there is a reward of 500 million primary spirit dawn on your head." Ha, ha 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 ha. Ha ha. Yi Shiwen laughed and exposed his pure white teeth. So, even the devils know about this matter. However, I don't know if you will live to get that reward. This expert of the Hidden Devil clan is amusing. He wants to receive a reward from the humans. I don't know what to say. Is he reckless, or is he simply courting death? Naturally, I have my methods. It's enough as long as I'm sure that you're Yi Shiwen. That youth of the Hidden Devil clan sneered. It was clear that he didn't give importance to Yi Zaiwen's words. He was just thinking about his own methods. Don't tell me they've dared to collaborate with the enemies. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes. There was an ample amount of killing intention in them. The deep hatred between humans and devils had already surmounted the barriers of the two worlds. So, the people who would dare to collaborate with the devils would certainly draw the collective strangulation of the entire human race. After all, matters like that of devil worship cult couldn't be allowed to take place again. You don't need to be concerned about it. Just go to hell and tell the king of hell that the name of the man who had killed you is Yin Luo. That youth of the Hidden Devil clan suddenly shouted. Then, the long sword in his hand began to make a sizzling sound, and stunning sword beams soared to the sky the next moment. He then suddenly trod forward. He transformed into a meteor, penetrated through the vast sky, and arrived in front of Yi Shiwen. The long sword issued a metal clanging sound and smashed down. Bang! The entire space was distorted, and the mountain on which Yi Shiwen had been standing collapsed in a flash. To be continued. Chapter 6:22. On the other side, Ling Fei was intrigued by that assassin Yin Luo. The entire mountain range had collapsed, but she didn't care. She had just protected Xiaoya from getting injured from the powerful blast. She just muttered, "Yin Luo? You're surnamed Yin?" The Hidden Devil clan was worthy of being a renowned race of assassins among the devil clans. The enemy's attack had arrived in front of Yi Shiwen in an instant. His speed was extremely quick. His long sword rushed straight for Yi Zaiwen's soul, as if it possessed some magical power. That sword then slashed at his soul. The intent was to cut Yi Zaiwen's entire body into two halves. His sword emitted incredible divine beams. The dreadful strength of the late stage of half-step Great Sage realm had fully manifested. This man was a Heaven's Pride expert in the Hidden Devil clan. So, an ordinary person would certainly meet a disastrous end if they came across him. However, Yi Shiwen moved into action at this time. He shot his fist, and it transformed into endless starlights, which then interweaved to form a huge net. Yin Luo's long sword got obstructed by that huge net before it could reach Yi Shiwen. The long sword couldn't advance even an inch. His long sword couldn't pierce Yi Zaiwen's palm. Yi Zaiwen's palm seemed to be gilded. The rays of light emitted by his palm contained incredible might. What? How can he have such tyrannical flesh? Ing Luo's complexion turned pale with fright. He hadn't anticipated that Yi Shiwen would be able to grab his sword barehanded. His sword wasn't a great sage tool. However, it was surely a top-tier sage tool. In fact, even some of his peers who belonged to other great clans in the devil race didn't have such powerful body that they could stop his sage tool barehanded. He was left stunned by this, so he suddenly trod away. His body then began to distort crazily, and he disappeared from Yi Zaiwen's eyes. This was obviously the renowned agility technique of the hidden devil clan, the 9 spirit shadows. It was an extremely clever agility-type martial art. Suddenly, 9 figures appeared in front of Yi Shiwen. Each of them looked exactly the same, and all of them together launched an attack on Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen knew that all these 9 figures couldn't be real bodies. It was highly unlikely that the opposite party was controlling 9 bodies at the same time like Yi Shiwen would do with the Star Colossus avatar. So, 8 of them had to be fake. However, the problem was how to decide which among them was the real one. After all, the real one would get an opportunity to launch an attack on him if he made a mistake in distinguishing between the real and fake ones and attacked the fake ones instead. This was the most troublesome aspect about dealing with the hidden devils. One could never tell which figure was the real one. It's useless. You can't distinguish between the real and the fake. This is the supreme devil technique of my race. Consider yourself fortunate since you've gotten a chance to witness it. You're truly fortunate. However, it's impossible for you to see through this technique. The 9 figures of Yin Luo simultaneously said. The voices came from all directions. It was simply impossible to determine which one was real. Yi Shiwen coldly snorted. I can't see through them. I can't see through them even with my divine eyes. However, it doesn't matter. It'll just annihilate all of them. Then, I'll know which one is real and which ones are fake. Then the real elemental energy on his body began to boil, and the small universe inside his body began to rotate frantically. Endless star power began to expand and formed a small universe. All 9 figures of Yinlu were engulfed by that universe. The stars began to ignite inside the universe at this time. They smashed down upon those 9 figures of Yin Luo under the control of Yi Zaiwen's will. Bang! 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 Each figure of Yin Luo transformed into a mass of devil energy under the lightning fast attacks and disappeared. Found you! One of those figures of Yin Luo didn't fade. Instead, it blew away the stars in one fist blow. Yi Shiwen hadn't hoped that these attacks would annihilate Yin Luo anyway. He had just wanted to find his real figure, and he had achieved his goal now. Die! Yi Shiwen shouted. He immediately trod at an incredible pace. His speed was faster than that of Yin Luo. He had arrived in front of Yin Luo in an instant. Boundless sword intentions condensed in his hand. Then, these sharp sword intentions suddenly slashed down under Yi Zaiwen's control. Yin Luo was greatly alarmed by this. He had just now blasted away the stars, and he had immediately understood Yi Zaiwen's plan, to use this method to find out which one was his real figure. Consequently, he became terrified. He had never encountered such a troublesome evil scheme. It could be said that the entire devil world used to shake under the power of his 9 spirit shadows. Everyone would admire the 9 spirit shadows of the hidden devil clan, and nobody would dare to say that the 9 spirit shadows technique wasn't good. He hadn't cultivated it to the peak. However, it was already extremely ferocious. In fact, he had never suffered a defeat when he had used 9 spirit shadows technique in the past. However, he had now lost whilst using it in the face of Yi Shiwen. Moreover, Yi Shiwen had found a method to decode it within a very short time. This had obviously happened because Yin Luo hadn't cultivated it to a perfect state. The 9 spirit shadows could divide a person if it was practiced to the peak, and the divided figures would have the potential to attack. He would be able to split up into 9 powerful avatars after cultivating this technique to the accomplished state. The avatars could last only for a limited time. However, the situation would change from 1-on-1 to 9-on-1 for some time. This was the reason why the 9 spirit shadows technique was famous in the devil world. The duration for which it would work wasn't quite long. However, it was enough for the hidden devil clan, who knew how to seize every minute and every second. What had made him even more terrified was Yi Zaiwen's sword technique. It was just a simple sword. However, it had made him understand that Yi Zaiwen's skill of sword technique had reached to perfection. In fact, it was much better than his own. How had he cultivated it to perfection? He had seen Yi Zaiwen's terrifying fist technique just now, and even his sword technique appeared to be so terrifying now. Yin Luo believed that to know everything was to know nothing. Therefore, he had been focused on perfecting his sword technique since childhood. However, he felt as if his worldview had crumbled significantly now after he had met Yixuan. He was also a Heaven's Pride expert of his generation in the hidden devil clan. He also had his own pride and confidence. Yi Shiwen grinned. The confidence of this expert of the hidden devil clan seems have thoroughly collapsed. He must know that I can firmly suppress him in everything, no matter whether it is speed, sword technique, or anything else. Yin Luo promptly brandished his sword. The sage-level longsword emitted incredible rays of light and went up to greet the incoming attack. A huge sound of explosion sounded. 2 long swords had collided in the sky and produced huge shock waves. The shock waves swept out, rippling in the air like sea waves. It was a very terrifying sight. Crack! The sound of breaking of bones was heard amidst the sound of explosion. It was very sharp and unpleasant to hear. Yin Luo screamed and fell on his knees. His left leg couldn't withstand this tremendous impact. It had broken down and he had fallen onto his knees. His complexion had changed significantly at this time. He had finally understood that he had underestimated Yi Shiwen. Any fist technique or sword technique of his would be inferior to that of Yi Shiwen. However, these weren't the most important things in Yi Zaiwen's case. The most important thing was that Yi Shiwen possessed an outstanding and top-tier body. This represented the so-called saying all tricks are useless in front of absolute strength. Yin Luo might not lose to Yi Shiwen as far as level of swordsmanship was concerned. However, just one attack from Yi Shiwen had almost crippled him in the real fight. So, it was clear that his body was far inferior to that of Yi Shiwen. What was crushing? This was crushing. Yi Shiwen lifted the long sword that had condensed from his sword intention without any hesitation. Then, that long sword smashed down once again. It gave birth to a scene of doomsday. This long sword carried unrivaled power as it flew in the vast world. It destroyed the entire world. This was the might of his buried heaven sword. It seemed as if the entire world would perish under the might of his sword light. Yin Luo clenched his teeth. He tried to endure the severe pain and slashed out his sword. It gave birth to a country of devils. Assassins were present all over in this country. Screams, chaos, slaughtering, and bloodbath could be seen everywhere. This was the sword intention of his sword technique. It was as extraordinary as the majority of the creative concepts of the devil clans. It brought about chaos and slaughtering. Bang! However, Yi Zaiwen's long sword smoothly forced into Yin Luo's world of swordsmanship like a hot knife through butter. His long sword seemed like a sword that would extinguish the world. The atmosphere evaporated, the sky shattered, the rivers got cut down into 2, and the earth crumbled within the split second of it piercing into the world. Everything collapsed and broke down under the might of his sword. This is impossible. I can't accept this. Yin Luo roared. However, his sword intention couldn't withstand even a single blow from Yi Shiwen, no matter how unwilling he was to accept this. Yi Shiwen had thoroughly displayed the so-called saying all tricks are useless in front of absolute strength. He had crushed his enemy depending solely upon brute strength. Bang! Yin Luo's entire sword intention collapsed, and he got blown away by the tremendous power. He then spouted a mouthful of blood since his internal organs had gotten damaged by the shock. Yi Shiwen was obviously a very shrewd and ruthless person. So, how could he miss such a good opportunity? He stepped out, surmounted the vast space, and arrived in front of Yin Luo in an instant. However, he didn't use a sword this time. He just shot a punch. That punch then transformed into a sword and smashed down. Ah! Yin Luo screamed as he got chopped into two halves. Then, Yi Shiwen grabbed Yin Luo's soul in order to examine the many secrets of the 9 Spirit Shadows technique. However, Yi Shiwen could only roughly see a few secrets. He didn't get enough time to examine all the secrets. Yin Luo's soul grew bigger and bigger in his hand, as if it was under someone's control. Finally, it exploded with a loud bang. Yi Zaiwen's expression turned ice cold. This was a method used by the devil clans to control some of their important members who knew too many secrets. All those secrets would get leaked if they fell into an enemy's hands. Therefore, many clans would use this method to protect their secrets. In fact, many forces in the true martial world also had such a way. This was just to guard oneself against contingencies. However, Yi Shiwen hadn't expected that Yin Luo would be an important member of the hidden devil clan. Could a trivial half-step great sage expert become an important member of the hidden devil clan? One must know that the hidden devil clan was one of the 8 major devil clans. They didn't have an outstanding reputation like some other clans. However, they still couldn't be underestimated. After all, great sages were present in abundance in this clan. In fact, great sages were nothing in this clan, let alone half-step great sage experts. This had truly puzzled Yi Shiwen. He felt as if he was missing something. Anyway, Yi Shiwen was back in action. To be continued. Chapter 6:23. Chapter 6:23. Plunder's wealth Yi Shiwen didn't hurry to head out after he had killed the young expert of the hidden devil clan. Instead, he began deducing the cultivation method of the 9 spirit shadows. Yi Shiwen had had just a glimpse of Yin Luo's soul and memory. He hadn't gotten the chance to see many aspects. He had just seen a few surface parts. Therefore, he was having trouble in deducing this technique, since he couldn't form a complete concept. In fact, he couldn't even build a general outline of this technique, let alone deducing the specific cultivation method. Yi Shiwen had already consumed around 100 million primary spirit dawn. So he had no choice but to give up the idea of cultivating the 9 spirit shadows technique for the time being. Yi Shiwen was quite frustrated. However, the fact that he could deduce it superficially would already be enough to leave the entire devil world in shock. 9 spirit shadows was the hidden devil clan's own technique. Its fame shook the entire devil world. One would certainly think of 9 spirit shadows technique if the name of the hidden devil clan was mentioned to them. After all, one could generate 9 powerful avatars after they had cultivated the 9 spirit shadows technique to the peak. This method could be said to be against the heaven's will. However, not many people would want to cultivate the 9 spirit shadows technique even if they knew about its capability. There were 2 reasons behind this. The first one was that the hidden devil clan had kept this technique hidden to such an extent that not everyone, even in their own clan, had gotten the opportunity to inherit it. The other reason was that the 9 spirit shadows technique had been created on the basis of the special physique of the hidden devils. So, other clans couldn't learn it. Such a situation was very normal in the devil world, since there were several clans here. Every clan was completely different from the other. Each clan had their own trademark power techniques, which were very difficult for the other clans to learn. This was completely different from the human race. The physiques of people in the human race were different from each other because of different living areas. However, there wasn't much difference between them apart from this. They were all same on the inside. Everyone's body from inside was same unless one possessed a special bloodline. Therefore, the power techniques among humans were common. That's why it was crucial to look after those techniques. Therefore, Yi Shiwen might not have been able to cultivate the 9 spirit shadows technique even if he had obtained its complete version. That's because one mustn't look at the external appearance of the experts of the hidden devil clan. It was almost similar to that of humans. But there was a huge difference from inside between both physiques. It wasn't same at all. There was no way to treat them equally. This was also the reason why Yi Shiwen couldn't completely deduce the 9 spirit shadows technique even after he had consumed 100 million primary spirit dawn. He must deduce the theory of 9 spirit shadows technique first. Then he must create this technique from scratch as per his physique. This difficulty was no less than creating the 9 spirit shadows technique from thin air. Therefore, he had given up the idea of cultivating the 9 spirit shadows technique soon after he had consumed 100 million primary spirit dawn. After all, he didn't have a large amount of primary spirit dawn. He only had enough primary spirit dawn for summoning the Star Colossus avatar once apart from his own requirement for cultivation and Yimo's requirement to promote to a great sage tool. He could summon the Star Colossus avatar just once in this devil world where danger lurked in every corner. So, his safety had undoubtedly reduced enormously. Yi Shiwen was deeply concerned with the shortage of primary spirit dawn. So, he planned to plunder wealth from the bodies of the numerous devil beasts present in the devil world. Many of these devils had been alive since 100 years, or even 1,000 years. So, they must have gathered a lot of wealth. They would especially possess magic crystal stones. These stones might not be too precious for other people. After all, they would need to follow several troublesome procedures to transform them into usable spirit stones. However, Yi Shiwen could absorb this wealth directly. So, it could be said that the magic crystal stones and the primary spirit dawn were the same for him. He didn't need any matrix formation to transform them. Yi Shiwen went deeper into the devil world. It was like following the path of one's own doom for ordinary human experts, because their auras could attract many coveting devil experts. It could be said that the exuberant vitality of the humans was like the brightest lamp for attracting the devils in this wilderness. In fact, the higher-ups in both the devil world and the true martial world had mutually agreed not to send their formidable experts of older generations here. However, they could venture till the boundary of this desolate area without any hesitation. Therefore, many experts didn't want to leave the boundary of the desolate zone. However, it was no big deal for Yi Shiwen. After all, he needed to attract those devils, kill them, and plunder their wealth. He had also cultivated his restraining breath technique to an extremely profound condition by now. Therefore, he could disguise into a devil for as long as he wanted to. Nobody could recognize him. That's why he had dared to go into the depths of the devil world without any hesitation. Ling Fei had strongly opposed this idea. After all, she had spent so much time and money in order to escape from inside. However, she had to once again go inside now. This was extremely depressing for her. However, she couldn't change Yi Zaiwen's mind in the end, and went with him into the depths of the devil world. Yi Shiwen was flying in the sky above the devil world after having transformed into a streamer of light. He had set his aura free without any hesitation. His surging vitality quite quickly attracted a devil. Yi Shiwen, there's a devil up ahead. Ling Fei warned him. However, Ling Fei didn't need to remind him since he had already sensed the aura of that devil. That devil had completely released his aura without any hesitation, as if he didn't care about getting discovered by Yi Shiwen. However, Yi Shiwen was leagues above him when it came to being arrogant. He was the only human being in the domain of the devil world who would unscrupulously set his aura free in order to attract those devil experts. He was simply reckless. Human, you're quite courageous. I've heard that you've come for the so-called devil world competition. You've dared to consider us devils as objects to train yourself. I don't know whether you're arrogant or dumb. That devil expert arrived in front of Yi Shiwen. He was clad in armor. He looked insolent. He looked down on Yi Shiwen. He believed that Yi Shiwen was just a nonentity of sage, accomplished realm. Yi Shiwen wouldn't be regarded as a powerful person even in the ranks of human experts. He thought that Yi Shiwen might have lost his way and come to this place. In fact, Yi Shiwen had already come far away from the competition zone. He was still at the boundary of the desolate zone. However, only a few human experts would come out here. This human had now appeared here to deliver merit points into his hands. True martial world allotted merit points to their experts for killing devil experts. But the devil race also had a corresponding system. This human off-human of sage accomplished realm has brought big benefits for me. I'll obtain corresponding merit points on killing him. Moreover, my martial power will rise after swallowing him. I can also rob his wealth. I've gotten many things at once. Stupid! Yi Shiwen just spat out this word. Then he looked at this devil who seemed to have cultivated till the late stage of half-step great sage realm. This devil expert's martial power was extremely profound. It was clear that he had been in the late stage of half-step great sage realm for many years now. The difference between sage realm and great sage realm was as massive as the separation between heaven and earth. However, this wasn't true just for the humans. It was the same for the devils. There was no exception. He might not be able to cross the threshold of the great sage realm in his entire life if he didn't come across special adventures. The lifespan of the devils was obviously inherently far more than that of humans. So, they also had more opportunities of becoming great sage than humans. This devil didn't know that he was considering Yi Shiwen as his bloody meal. However, Yi Shiwen believed that the devil was a huge supplement for him. He could completely transform his blood essence into the energy that he required with the help of the heavenly source mirror. Fu, your death is near at hand. Still, you are retorting strongly. That devil expert burst into laughter. His laughter sounded like the voice of an old crow. It was hoarse and unpleasant to hear. That devil attacked amid his weird laughter. His palm transformed into a sky-obscuring hand and swept out towards Yi Shiwen. His palm was pitch black, just like charcoal. However, it was still emitting a trace of luster. He had already cultivated this claw technique to an extremely profound state. It seemed as if this attack would break the world. Audacious! Yi Shiwen sneered. It would have been very difficult for Yi Shiwen to deal with a devil expert of the late stage of half-step great sage realm if it had happened earlier. However, it was nothing for the current Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen didn't conceal his aura. On the contrary, he had set it free ostentatiously in order to attract idiots like this devil. Yi Shiwen stretched out his hand, and it transformed into a big flaming hand. The fire clouds, falling sky hand swept out and collided with that massive devil hand. Bang! Yi Zaiwen's fire clouds, falling sky hand instantly extinguished that devil hand. Consequently, it became obvious that these two weren't on the same level. Yi Zaiwen's strength was already above this devil expert. Moreover, this devil expert's big hand had been condensed merely from the ordinary devil energies present in the environment. So, how could it have contended against Yi Zaiwen's fire clouds falling sky hand? How can he be so powerful? That devil expert said as he saw that Yi Shiwen had destroyed his big hand in an instant. He had obviously come to know by now that Yi Shiwen was way more powerful than him. That devil expert turned around and escaped without any hesitation immediately after this probing attack. He hadn't used his entire strength. However, he certainly didn't want to use his entire strength now after he had seen Yi Zaiwen's unfazed appearance. He had realized that it would have made no difference if he had tried. Yi Shiwen was a bit surprised by this. After all, he hadn't expected that this devil expert would run away so quickly. He had changed his mind quite quickly. He had escaped immediately after coming to know that he wasn't a match for Yi Shiwen. It was rare to see such cowardly devils nowadays. It was hard to say whether this devil was aware of where he stood, or he was simply a coward. Anyway, how could Yi Shiwen let him go? He pierced his palm with his 5 fingers, and his fist transformed into a huge star and smashed down. Bang! Yi Zaiwen's fist pressure entrapped that devil expert just like a prison, and transformed him into a mass of blood fog. Then the heavenly source mirror absorbed the blood fog and transformed it into primary essence. After that, Yi Shiwen absorbed that primary essence. That devil expert's wealth exploded out in a split second, and all of it got grabbed by Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen calculated it roughly. It was approximately 30 million primary spirit dawn worth of wealth. This wasn't much for Yi Shiwen. However, he wasn't a bit dissatisfied, as many little drops would make an ocean. He didn't hesitate even a bit after he thought of this. The pair of devil wings unfolded behind his body, and he quickly disappeared into the horizon. Ling Fei just shook her head. She was bored. She looked all around the place, bit her lips, and followed him. She also transformed into a streamer of light and disappeared into the horizon. To be continued. Yi Shiwen didn't 39T hurry to head out after he had killed the young expert of the hidden devil clan. Instead, he began deducing the cultivation method of the 39-9 spirit shadows, 39. Yi Shiwen had had just a glimpse of Yin Luo 39's soul and memory. He hadn't 39T gotten the chance to see many aspects. He had just seen a few surface parts. Therefore, he was having trouble in deducing this technique, since he couldn't 39T form a complete concept. In fact, he couldn't 39T even build a general outline of this technique, let alone deducing the specific cultivation method. Yi Shiwen had already consumed around 100 million primary spirit dawn. So he had no choice but to give up the idea of cultivating the 39-9 spirit shadows 39 technique for the time being. Yi Shiwen was quite frustrated. However, the fact that he could deduce superficially would already be enough to leave the entire devil world in shock. 39-9 spirit shadows 39 was the hidden devil clan 39's own technique. Its fame shook the entire devil world. One would certainly think of 39-9 spirit shadows 39 technique if the name of the hidden devil clan was mentioned to them. After all, one could generate 9 powerful avatars after they had cultivated the 39-9 spirit shadows 39 technique to the peak. This method could be said to be against the Heaven 39's will. However, not many people would want to cultivate the 39-9 spirit shadows 39 technique, even if they knew about its capability. There were 2 reasons behind this. The first one was that the hidden devil clan had kept this technique hidden to such an extent that not everyone, even in their own clan, had gotten the opportunity to inherit it. The other reason was that the 39-9 spirit shadows 39 technique had been created on the basis of the special physique of the hidden devils. So, other clans couldn't 39T learn it. Such a situation was very normal in the devil world, since there were several clans here. Every clan was completely different from the other. Each clan had their own trademark power techniques, which were very difficult for the other clans to learn. This was completely different from the human race. The physiques of people in the human race were different from each other because of different living areas. However, there wasn't 39T much difference between them apart from this. They were all same on the inside. Everyone 39's body from inside was same unless one possessed a special bloodline. Therefore, the power techniques among humans were common. That 39's why it was crucial to look after those techniques. Therefore, Yi Shiwen might not have been able to cultivate the 39-9 spirit shadows 39 technique, even if he had obtained its complete version. That 39's because one mustn't 39T look at the external appearance of the experts of the hidden devil clan. It was almost similar to that of humans. But there was a huge difference from inside between both physiques. It wasn't 39T same at all. There was no way to treat them equally. This was also the reason why Yi Shiwen couldn't 39T completely deduce the 39-9 spirit shadows 39 technique, even after he had consumed 100 million primary spirit dawn. He must deduce the theory of 39 spirit shadows, 39 technique first. Then he must create this technique from scratch as per his physique. This difficulty was no less than creating the 39 spirit shadows, 39 technique, from thin air. Therefore, he had given up the idea of cultivating the 39 spirit shadows, 39 technique, soon after he had consumed 100 million primary spirit dawn. After all, he didn't 39T have a large amount of primary spirit dawn. He only had enough primary spirit dawn for summoning the Star Colossus avatar, once apart from his own requirement for cultivation, and Yi Mo39's requirement to promote to a great sage tool. He could summon the Star Colossus 39's avatar just once in this devil world where danger lurked in every corner. So, his safety had undoubtedly reduced enormously. Yi Shiwen was deeply concerned with the shortage of primary spirit dawn. So, he planned to plunder wealth from the bodies of the numerous devil beasts present in the devil world. Many of these devils had been alive since 100 years, or even 1,000 years. So, they must have gathered a lot of wealth. They would especially possess magic crystal stones. These stones might not be too precious for other people. After all, they would need to follow several troublesome procedures to transform them into usable spirit stones. However, Yi Shiwen could absorb this wealth directly. So, it could be said that the magic crystal stones and the primary spirit dawn were the same for him. He didn't 39T need any matrix formation to transform them. Yi Shiwen went deeper into the devil world. It was like following the path of 139's own doom for ordinary human experts, because their auras could attract many coveting devil experts. It could be said that the exuberant vitality of the humans was like the brightest lamp for attracting the devils in this wilderness. In fact, the higher-ups in both the devil world and the true martial world had mutually agreed not to send their formidable experts of older generations here. However, they could venture till the boundary of this desolate area without any hesitation. Therefore, many experts didn't 39T want to leave the boundary of the desolate zone. However, it was no big deal for Yi Shiwen. After all, he needed to attract those devils, kill them, and plunder their wealth. He had also cultivated his 39 restraining breath technique 39 to an extremely profound condition by now. Therefore, he could disguise into a devil for as long as he wanted to. Nobody could recognize him. That 39's, why he had dared to go into the depths of the devil world without any hesitation, Ling Fei had strongly opposed this idea. After all, she had spent so much time and money in order to escape from inside. However, she had to once again go inside now. This was extremely depressing for her. However, she couldn't 39T change Yi Shiwen 39's mind in the end, and went with him into the depths of the devil world. Yi Shiwen was flying in the sky above the devil world after having transformed into a streamer of light. He had set his aura free without any hesitation. His surging vitality quite quickly attracted a devil. Yi Shiwen. There 39's a devil up ahead, Ling Fei warned him. However, Ling Fei didn't 39T need to remind him, since he had already sensed the aura of that devil. That devil had completely released his aura without any hesitation, as if he didn't 39T care about getting discovered by Yi Shiwen. However, Yi Shiwen was leagues above him when it came to being arrogant. He was the only human being in the domain of the devil world who would unscrupulously set his aura free in order to attract those devil experts. He was simply reckless. Human, you 39 quite courageous. I 39V heard that you 39V come for the so-called Devil World competition. You 39V dared to consider us devils as objects to train yourself. I don 39T know whether you 39 arrogant or dumb. That devil expert arrived in front of Yi Shiwen. He was clad in armor. He looked insolent. He looked down on Yi Shiwen. He believed that Yi Shiwen was just a nonentity of sage, accomplished realm. Yi Shiwen would in 39T be regarded as a powerful person even in the ranks of human experts. He thought that Yi Shiwen might have lost his way and come to this place. In fact, Yi Shiwen had already come far away from the competition zone. He was still at the boundary of the desolate zone. However, only a few human experts would come out here. This human had now appeared here to deliver merit points into his hands. True martial world allotted merit points to their experts for killing devil experts. But the devil race also had a corresponding system. This human of sage accomplished realm has brought big benefits for me. I 39 LL obtain corresponding merit points on killing him. Moreover, my martial power will rise after swallowing him. I can also rob his wealth. I 39V got many things at once. Stupid Yi Shiwen just spat out this word. Then he looked at this devil who seemed to have cultivated till the late stage of half-step great sage realm. This devil expert 39's martial power was extremely profound. It was clear that he had been in the late stage of half-step great sage realm for many years now. The difference between sage realm and great sage realm was as massive as the separation between heaven and earth. However, this was in 39T true just for the humans. It was the same for the devils. There was no exception. He might not be able to cross the threshold of the great sage realm in his entire life if he didn't 39T come across special adventures. The lifespan of the devils was obviously inherently far more than that of humans. So they also had more opportunities of becoming great sage than humans. This devil didn't 39T know that he was considering Yi Shiwen as his bloody meal. However, Yi Shiwen believed that the devil was a huge supplement for him. He could completely transform his blood essence into the energy that he required with the help of the heavenly source mirror. Fu, your death is near at hand. Still, you are retorting strongly, that devil expert burst into laughter. His laughter sounded like the voice of an old crow. It was hoarse and unpleasant to hear. The devil attacked amid his weird laughter. His palm transformed into a sky-obscuring hand and swept out towards Yi Shiwen. His palm was pitch black, just like charcoal. However, it was still emitting a trace of luster. He had already cultivated this claw technique to an extremely profound state. It seemed as if this attack would break the world. Audacious Yi Shiwen sneered. It would 39V been very difficult for Yi Shiwen to deal with a devil expert of the late stage of half-step great sage realm if it had happened earlier. However, it was nothing for the current Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen didn't 39T conceal his aura. On the contrary, he had set it free ostentatiously in order to attract idiots like this devil. Yi Shiwen stretched out his hand, and it transformed into a big flaming hand. The fire cloud 39's falling sky hand swept out and collided with that massive devil hand. Bang! Yi Shiwen 39's fire cloud 39's falling sky hand instantly extinguished that devil hand. Consequently, it became obvious that these two were in 39T on the same level. Yi Shiwen 39's strength was already above this devil expert. Moreover, this devil expert 39's big hand had been condensed merely from the ordinary 39 devil energies, 39 present in the environment. So, how could it have contended against Yi Shiwen 39's fire cloud 39's falling sky hand? How could he be so powerful? That devil expert said as he saw that Yi Shiwen had destroyed his big hand in an instant. He had obviously come to know by now that Yi Shiwen was way more powerful than him. That devil expert turned around and escaped without any hesitation immediately after this probing attack. He had in 39T used his entire strength. However, he certainly did in 39T want to use his entire strength now after he had seen Yi Shiwen 39's unfazed appearance. He had realized that it would 39V made no difference if he had tried. Yi Shiwen was a bit surprised by this. After all, he hadn't 39T expected that this devil expert would run away so quickly. He had changed his mind quite quickly. He had escaped immediately after coming to know that he was in 39T a match for Yi Shiwen. It was rare to see such cowardly devils nowadays. It was hard to say whether this devil was aware of where he stood, or he was simply a coward. Anyway, how could Yi Shiwen let him go? He pierced his palm with his 5 fingers, and his fist transformed into a huge star and smashed down. Bang! Yi Shiwen 39's fist pressure entrapped that devil expert just like a prison, and transformed him into a mass of blood fog. Then, the heavenly source mirror absorbed the blood fog and transformed it into primary essence. After that, Yi Shiwen absorbed that primary essence. That devil expert 39's wealth exploded out in a split second, and all of it got grabbed by Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen calculated it roughly. It was approximately 30 million primary spirit dawn worth of wealth. This wasn't 39T much for Yi Shiwen. However, he wasn't 39T a bit dissatisfied, as many little drops would make an ocean. He didn't 39T hesitate even a bit after he thought of this. The pair of devil wings unfolded behind his body, and he quickly disappeared into the horizon. Ling Fei just shook her head. She was bored. She looked all around the place, bit her lips, and followed him. She also transformed into a streamer of light and disappeared into the horizon. To be continued.